Good morning, Excellencies, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Philippe Tremblay. I'm Director of the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media. And it is our pleasure to invite you and to participate in RFoM's 10th Southeastern Europe Media Conference. Thank you very much for coming this morning. I'm honored to introduce our distinguished speakers for their opening remarks, each offering valuable leadership and unique insight on the critical issues central to our efforts to safeguard media freedoms. Our first speaker is Ambassador Jan Bratu, the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media and the host of this important meeting. Ambassador Bratu was appointed to this role in December 2024, following an extensive diplomatic career, including leading OSCE missions in Serbia and Kosovo, and serving as Norway's ambassadors in the Western Balkans. His deep commitment to media freedom and regional cooperation is at the heart of this conference. Therefore, please join me in welcoming Ambassador Bratu to the floor. Ambassador, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. It's a true pleasure for me to be here back in Sarajevo, a city that once one visits, one never leaves somehow. It's not just because I drank the water, but it's because it's a lovely place, a lovely city, lovely people. And I'm really delighted to be back here and to be able to invite people from throughout the region to come as well. So, Excellencies, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, good morning and welcome to our 10th Southeast Europe Media Conference. It's really a great pleasure to have this gathering in Sarajevo. It's a city that has been a meeting point for centuries, and it provides a fitting backdrop for the topics and conversations that we will undertake over the next 2 days. I want to begin by expressing my deep thanks to each of you, journalists, government representatives, civil society leaders and scholars, and international partners, for being here and for committing your time, your experience, and your energy to this shared endeavor. Let me also extend my gratitude to my colleagues in the OSCE field operations and from the region, whose work on the ground is essential to supporting free media, good governance, and democratic development in difficult circumstances often. My thanks also go to our interpreters and my dedicated team behind this conference. Your efforts make this gathering possible. Ladies and gentlemen, over the past decade, this conference has become a key regional platform, a space for open dialogue, shared learning, and collective action. And this year, as we gather under the theme of media viability, we meet at a time when the stakes for free, independent, and safe journalism, and indeed for democracy itself, could not be higher. Across Southeast Europe and the wider OSCE region, media freedom and journalist safety are facing serious challenges. Too often, journalists, and particularly women journalists, and those conducting investigative journalism, investigating corruption, organized crime, giving voice to marginalized communities, are harassed, they are targeted, and they are indeed many times driven out of the profession. At the same time, legacy business models that once sustained editorial independence are rapidly falling apart. In this environment, the very concept of media as a public good is being undermined. These are not abstract issues, ladies and gentlemen. As someone who has spent years working closely with media actors throughout the region, I've witnessed their impact firsthand. But I have also seen the resilience and the determination of journalists who persist in their work despite escalating pressures. I've listened to journalists, newsroom editors, both in public service and in private media, who remain committed to informing their communities amid shrinking resources and political pushback. And I have spoken with young journalists whose obvious passion for the profession is clear, yet who question whether it can offer them a stable, dignified, indeed viable future. things have changed a lot over the past 30 years. Let me be clear. When the media is weakened, democracy is weakened. When journalist safety is compromised, our societies become less informed, less resilient, and ultimately less secure. Journalism, media, are a key component in the democratic infrastructure of our countries and societies. Citizens' awareness and information, informed opinion, are the very foundation of democratic participatory democracy. Democracy is not just about holding elections, it's about participation, not just at election time, but throughout. And for that, we, citizens, need information. Journalists provide it. They are the lifeblood of democratic decision-making. And this is why media viability must be understood not only as a financial issue, but as a matter of democratic resilience and a core element of our common shared security. A viable media system is not simply one where independent journalism can survive the next crisis. It is about creating the conditions for journalism to thrive in the long term, and for journalism to deliver ethical, fact-based, and quality reporting that indeed serves the public interest. This requires more than economic sustainability. It demands strong legal protection and public policies that uphold transparency, fairness, and access to information. Just as importantly, media viability depends on the existence of a political climate that is free from intimidation, one where governments and institutions view the media not as an adversary, but as a partner in a shared endeavor leading to good governance, participatory democracy that benefits all in society. Ladies and gentlemen, media is not the enemy. At its foundation, it requires the safety of journalists. No media outlet can thrive and no democracy can function if journalists are silenced by fear, violence, or intimidation. Today, in too many places across Southeast Europe and beyond, hostility toward the press is becoming normalized. It's becoming normalized through online abuse, smear campaigns, frivolous lawsuits or slaps, verbal and physical attacks. And these may appear to be isolated incidents, but they have systemic consequences that suppress scrutiny, silence independent critical voices. By ensuring the safety of journalists, this is not only a matter of the personal security of the individual journalist, it is a matter of public interest and indeed a democratic imperative. It is about protecting society's right to know. It is about the ability to hold power to account and to expose wrongdoing. Ultimately, it is about defending the flow of factual, trustworthy information that citizens need in order to make informed decisions. Journalism is a public good. Informing citizens with ethical and professional journalism, information that produces reliable context, background, and ultimately can shape informed opinion. Protecting journalist safety, ladies and gentlemen, is not an option. It is a positive obligation. And indeed, it is an obligation that has been recognized by the 57 participating states of the OSCE in the Ministerial Council decision from 2018, the Milano Declaration on the decision on the safety of journalists. In that decision, which was adopted by consensus, it is stated that the safety of journalists is a precondition for informed and safe societies and a foundation for democracy. And then you can say, well, we see that 57 participating states did adhere to this, but how are they implementing it in practice? Ladies and gentlemen, that's my mandate. That's where I come into the picture with my staff, to uphold these shared commitments, to remind participating states what they have agreed to, and to try to hold them to their commitments by monitoring, by warning, and by offering assistance of various kinds to the participating state governments so that they may uphold their commitments, not my commitments, their commitments. And this is why it's of paramount importance that OSCE commitments, including the one from 2018, with all their pledges, is actually translated into practice and not treated as mere words on paper or principles. Principles are important, but principles need to be acted on and implemented. Media viability also demands that we think strategically and collaboratively about innovation. Digital platforms and emerging technologies should serve the public interest, should not distort the media landscape. We must, I believe, support inclusive, community-rooted journalism that reflects and responds to the needs of diverse audiences. We need to have a discussion about algorithms. We need to have a discussion about social media platforms and guidelines for how those platforms operate, how the algorithms direct attention or misdirect attention. These are important topics, and we are far from finding solutions, but we must discuss and try to work together to achieve a consensus. Media outlets cannot be expected to uphold the public interest, to serve diverse communities, and hold power to account if they are chronically underfunded, politically captured, or operating under legal and personal threats. Without financial stability, independence becomes not just fragile, illusory. Without protection, probing and investigative, critical journalism becomes dangerous, perilous. And without viability, we lose the vital infrastructure of informed public life. And that is why we must approach media viability as a system, an ecosystem shaped by legal, political, economic, and technological conditions. To ensure that independent journalism endures, indeed thrives, we must strengthen every part of the system. Over the next 2 days, we will together explore these challenges and opportunities. We will do it together through panels, workshops, and informal discussions. We will draw on the knowledge and experience in this room from journalists who are on the front lines to government representatives, civil society, researchers, and international partners. These conversations, I'm sure, will deepen our understanding, but they should also, indeed they must also, drive concrete, coordinated action. Let me also emphasize the future of media freedom affects all of us. It is a shared responsibility. It matters for governments and institutions. It matters for civil society and citizens. It matters for democracy and for security and peace. Let us use this space not only to exchange experiences and ideas, but to build resolve, partnerships, and let us listen with openness. Let us speak with urgency, and let's act in solidarity. We need solidarity. We may have different opinions, we may have different approaches, but I believe very strongly that we share the fundamental values that we are here to discuss today. The importance of free, independent media and the safety of journalists. Let's use this space to exchange experiences and ideas, Let's work together in solidarity. Let's agree sometimes to disagree. But let's all understand that we want the same thing. We want these principles in practice. So, let me end by quoting something that a journalist who's a very close friend wrote in an article. Independent media is not a perk of democracy. It is democracy. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to conversations over the next 2 days. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your address, Ambassador Bratu. And it is my pleasure to welcome our next speaker, His Excellency Mr. Elmedin Konakovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Konakovic, the floor is yours.
Mr. Bratu, Mr. Aguilar, ambassadors, Your Excellencies, media representatives, journalists, first of all, I want to greet you and wish you a successful discussion during the conference. I would like to express my satisfaction that this conference is being held in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In this regard, I would like to thank the representative of the OSCE, the representative for freedom of the media, Mr. Jan Bratu, as well as the mission of the OSCE in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The OSCE representative for freedom of media is the only global intergovernmental watchdog of media freedom, and we support its key role in monitoring, assessing, and providing early warnings about threats to media freedom in the OSCE area. We welcome the ambition to continue to build and ensure continuity in the protection of human rights, the development of democracy, and the rule of law as the basis for a comprehensive concept of journalist safety and media freedom. We believe that the values of democracy, the rule of law, the protection of fundamental freedoms, and the independence of the media should be the primary goal of every state. Regarding the safety of journalists, we welcome the recent annual meeting of National Focal Point held in Thessaloniki and the inauguration of the International Training Center for the Safety of Journalists and Professional Media. Bosnia and Herzegovina strongly advocate for the adoption of the OSCE budget so that this most important international organization for European security can function effectively. We reaffirm our determination to fully comply with our OSCE and international obligations relating to freedom of expression and the safety of journalists, and we call on all participating states to do the same. We also support Mr. Bratu's statement that journalists and the media provide a public good on which we rely for our democratic decision-making. They represent the most valuable defense against information manipulation and disruption, while strengthening the resilience of our democracies. Finally, I would like to remind you that this year a conference will be held in Helsinki dedicated to the 50th anniversary of the adoption of the Helsinki Final Act. This document is the basis for OSCE activities. One of its key principles is respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. Freedom of expression and freedom of the media is a fundamental right to every human being. Therefore, Bosnia and Herzegovina will always support the freedom of media, journalists, and journalism. Thank you very much for your attention, and I wish you successful work and a pleasant stay in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Faleminderit Minister Konakovic, forsi njësë radhës në bashkohet online, është përfaqësuesi special, në fakt dërguari special I kryesuesit të OSBE-s, ambasadori Terhi Akala. Urdhëroni zotërin. Të nderuara Ekscelenca, zonjë dhe zotërinj, me të vërtetë kam kënaqësinë që
by the OSCE representative on freedom of the media on behalf of the Finnish OSCE chairpersonship. We live at a time of profound transformation and challenge. The media landscape is shifting at an unprecedented pace. This is well reflected in the themes of this conference. Let me start by confirming Finland's firm support for the work and the mandate of the OSCE Representative of Freedom of the Media. The work that the representative carries out, for example, monitoring and supporting participating states in upholding OSCE principles and commitments, is crucial. Media freedom and media literacy are among Finland's OSCE chairpersonship priorities this year. Free and independent media, as well as media and digital literacy, are essential for strengthening comprehensive security. They also provide an effective response to disinformation. Foreign information manipulation and interference play an important role in building societal resilience. We place high importance to free and independent media's contribution to democratic societies. There is no security without media freedom. Journalists report on developments of public interest and hold those in power to account. With this, they build the foundation of a well-informed society. In the context of conflict and humanitarian crises, media's essential role is even more pronounced. With their work, they contribute to accountability by documenting violations of international law. We have seen this in the context of Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, but also in the accountability processes for war crimes in former Yugoslavia. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, digital disruption, economic pressures, and evolving audience behaviors are reshaping how journalism is produced, distributed, and consumed. But alongside these changes, we face more troubling trends: a rise in anti-media sentiment, declining public trust, and increasing threats to the safety and independence of journalists. Especially women journalists are targeted online, and this may also lead to physical violence against women. There are also trends to regulate, influence content, or control the media. Attempts to silence critical voices with foreign agent legislation, abusive lawsuits, or by exercising political pressure are worrying developments across the OSCE region. This undermines the very essence of press freedom. Respecting our shared principles and commitments is essential to allow journalists to do their work freely and safely. We must be ready to respond to challenges in a fast-evolving media and information landscape marked by the rise of big tech and social media. Working together regionally, you are stronger in finding the ways to turn challenges into possibilities and serve the public interest. Media viability is not just about financial sustainability. It is about ensuring that media outlets, large and small, urban and rural, traditional and digital, can operate independently, ethically, and effectively. It is about fostering pluralism, supporting innovation, and building resilience in the face of adversity. Preparing ourselves and our societies in this regard is essential. I wish to commend the inclusion of the youth perspective in the conference program. This conference will offer a platform to exchange views on media viability and its crucial role in informed, resilient societies in the next 1.5 days. I wish you inspiring and forward-looking discussions. And before closing, I wish to congratulate the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media, Jan Bratu, and his able team for the organization of this conference and your tireless work in promoting media freedom in Southeast Europe and the whole OSCE area. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ambassador Hakala, and it is my pleasure to welcome our last speaker, Ambassador Brian Aguilar, head of the OSCE mission to Bosnia and Herzegovina, and to thank you and your team for all your support in organizing this conference. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. Ambassador Bratu, distinguished guests, friends, esteemed colleagues. It's a great honor and privilege to join Ambassador Bratu in welcoming you all to the 10th Southeast Europe Media Conference today and tomorrow in Sarajevo. With his extensive experience and knowledge of Bosnia-Herzegovina and the region, Ambassador Bratu is well acquainted with both the country, the region, and the pressing issues facing the media in this part of the world. So we look forward to the impact he will certainly have as our new representative on freedom of the media. No pressure. We're very pleased to co-host this conference once again. At the last such gathering in Sarajevo in 2019, the focus was on the need to support diversity, security, and solidarity for media development in the region. And while many of those topics remain equally relevant today, this year's theme, Actioning Media Viability for Informed Resilient Societies, highlights the crucial role of a free, independent, and economically sustainable media in fostering informed and resilient communities. This theme responds to and recognizes the unprecedented challenges that have recently impacted journalists and media workers around the world. And as we're gathered, we are reminded of the immense challenges and opportunities shaping the media landscape in Southeast Europe. The rapid advancements in technology, the rise of big tech and reliance on social media, the increased influence of artificial intelligence have revolutionized how information is consumed and disseminated. And while these changes create space for innovation and growth, they also present significant threats to the economic sustainability and independence of journalism. The issues at stake are bigger than those of the media actors themselves. We know that attacks on journalists are not only attacks on them. They are attacks on the free flow of information. They are a denial of the free exchange of ideas and information so vital to a vibrant and functioning democracy. In the words of the great journalist Walter Cronkite, freedom of the press is not just important to democracy, it is democracy. So I'd like to express my gratitude to the esteemed speakers, panelists, and moderators who've traveled from across the region to share their expertise and insights. Your contributions will be invaluable to the success of this conference, and I encourage all participants to engage actively in the discussions, share your experiences frankly, and collaborate in finding innovative solutions to the challenges we face. Together, we can ensure that the media continue to serve the public interest, uphold democratic values, and contribute to the resilience of our societies. Media freedom remains one of the key priorities for the OSCE mission to Bosnia-Herzegovina. My team will be at your disposal to assist with anything you may require to make your stay in wonderful Bosnia and Herzegovina both pleasant and fruitful. So thank you all, and I wish you a productive and really inspiring conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador Aguilar. This concludes our high-level opening panels, and thank you very much for your important addresses. It's now my pleasure to turn the floor and the microphone to Einar Oljen, Group Editor at Schibsted Media, who will address the main topic of this conference, why investing in media viability pays off. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and dear colleagues. I think it's a few editors and journalists in the room as well. I kind of feel in family with you, so I hope that you are here. Thank you for inviting me to address the topic that I have been engaged in for most of my life, in fact. And the question you challenged me to speak about here today is why investing in media viability pays off. I'm fortunate to work in Schibsted, the Norwegian media group that operates in the Nordics. Schibsted has a quite proud history with engaging in big questions like freedom of speech, democracy, and press freedom. And that is what has made it possible for me to dig into these issues. To answer today's question, I believe it might be helpful to ask for additional questions that I will ask you to think about. Why is a high level of trust between different groups of citizens and between citizens and the authorities beneficial for society? Why is it an advantage to avoid polarization? Why is it beneficial for the population to have good access to relevant facts about the society they are part of, instead of this disinformation and conspiracies? And why are liberal democracies so effective, despite processes that are at times cumbersome and demanding? And let me be clear right away, and before I move on. Free, independent, and strong editorial media cannot, of course, safeguard all the benefits that arise from these questions, because there are simply too many competing forces at play. But I would argue that editorial media are a necessary, though not sufficient, precondition for the kind of society I'm alluding to with these questions. So, how are these elements connected? And here I choose to focus particularly on the trust component. It is fair to say that the high level of trust within the population is one of the greatest strengths of the Nordic countries. A high degree of trust in the authorities makes people more inclined to respect a country's laws and regulations and, for example, more willing to pay taxes than in countries with low trust in government. And what is the value of that? The OECD also points out that high trust contributes to lower so-called transaction costs in a society. And this means fewer control mechanisms and legal disputes. In this way, it becomes cheaper to run both private and public operations. A high degree of trust in a society is not only good for economy and efficiency, it is also, and most important, good for the security of a country. As it says up here, there is no security without media freedom. But it's not enough to say this. We have to understand it on a deeper level. It is hardly very controversial to say that several of the countries that have moved in a more illiberal and authoritarian direction have done so as a consequence of low trust in the old authorities. A different type of politicians are perceived as an alternative to the established system that is no longer trusted. The most important contribution of editorial media to higher trust in a society is not by being obedient supporters of sitting governments, but the opposite, by being critical and holding those in power accountable. Corruption and other forms of abuse of power almost automatically leads to lower trust in a society. And that is why one of the most crucial roles of editorial media is to expose such abuses. The idea, of course, is that the mere risk of being exposed should serve as a deterrent for those who might seek to exploit their public positions for personal gain. However, this only works if the editorial media themselves enjoy a relatively high degree of trust, and that they are actually used by the citizens. An increasing problem also appears to be that more politicians are actively turning editorial media into their enemies, doing everything they can to undermine their work and weaken their role in society. So, to sum up so far, there are three key attributes which enables editorial media to play a central role in contributing to well-functioning and effective societies. One, the dissemination of critical, independent, and relevant information on issues important for people and society. Two, information that holds all forms of power accountable and exposes abuses of power. And three, its role as an arena for diverse opinions and discussions. This raises an important question. Is it the case that liberal democracies in Europe weaken when editorial media weaken, and strengthen when the media strengthen? And is there a direct cause and effect relationship? These are questions I have worked on over the past year, and let me start by stating that editorial media are only truly effective defenders of liberal democracies if they are stronger than the opposing forces. And they certainly are not always stronger. I have used 4 large data sets and compared these data against each other to understand these connections. And these are the Democracy Index from Sweden's VDM Institute, a large study on news research in all EU countries, coordinated by the Center of Media Pluralism and Media Freedom in Florence, a media pluralism monitor from the same center, and the Press Freedom Index from Reporter Without Borders. And this is further supplemented with data from the Reuters Institute on news avoidance and willingness to pay for news. And last but not least, I have interviewed 20 experts with a lot of insight. What we see is that we have experienced a negative trend over the past 10 to 15 years in all the areas for which we have data. All the areas. Liberal democracies have weakened. We have seen more and larger news deserts, especially in rural areas. We have seen less media diversity, and only three of the 29 countries we studied, and that is the EU countries plus Britain and Norway, have made progress in press freedom over the past decade. In addition to this, we know that editorial media throughout the EU area face fierce competition from social networks, both for advertising revenue and for people's time. Only in Norway and Sweden is there a relatively high willingness to pay for the digitally distributed news, which has made it possible to replace some of the lost advertising revenue with user income. But even here, we have had to cut editorial costs over the past 15 years several times. We know that especially young people are increasingly avoiding editorial media, and that this trend also significantly affects people in what we call socio-culturally vulnerable groups. Here I need to pause briefly to highlight the absurdity of pointing out that young people prefer social media over editorial media, which we often hear. What makes this argument meaningless is that editorial media and social media are two entirely different things. Editorial media produce and distribute content that, according to a professional code and ethical standards, is intended to fulfill a specific social function. Editorial media are also required to have a responsible editor-in-chief. Social media, on the other hand, do not create original content. Their sole function is to capitalize on the distribution of others' content, guided by algorithmic control. Social media should really be called social networks, but I guess it's too late to make that change now. In addition to the other challenges for editorial media, as already mentioned, it is also my clear impression that there is, in some, far too little innovation being undertaken by traditional media in Europe. Summed up, the situation for Europe's editorial media looks roughly like this. News deserts have expanded. There are more people, particularly young people, who do not perceive today's journalism relevant to them. Trust in the media has decreased in most EU countries. Oligarchs and illiberal politicians have increasingly taken control of media to use them for their own benefit. And media themselves are innovating at a pace that is not proportional to the challenges they face. In total, this means that editorial media in the EU area have most likely been significantly weakened in recent years. A good number of the strongest and most innovative, I believe, have a good chance of renewing themselves sufficiently to survive at a relatively influential level, while others are probably so weakened that they are most likely to disappear if nothing happens that support them. It is in Central and Eastern Europe that the problems for democracies and journalism are most acute, but it is naive, I would almost say dangerous, to assume that this is only the case here. We in the Nordics rank among the top in the world in areas related to democracy, press freedom, living standards, and freedom of expression. But even here, we see some of the same problems evolve as in other parts of Europe. We see a political shift towards the extremes, also in Sweden and Finland, and we have alarmingly high levels of news avoidance also in the Nordics. Those I have interviewed in my report are not entirely in agreement about the relationship between editorial strength or capability and democratic level. But most seem to believe that there is a connection. And my summary of this is that one must study various forces acting at the same time to understand what is decisive when societies move away from ideals of liberal democracy and choose to support illiberal politicians. A classic example of the problem of this would be that journalism with low trust and limited reach will have relatively little ability to counter demagogic leaders who know how to exploit strong emotions in the population, such as fear, anger, and deep concern for the future. If we add another opposing force to this, namely disinformation, it becomes difficult to resist. The explanation for the weakening of media influence on issues related to democratic values, I believe, lies partly in the strength of competing forces and partly in the media's own shortcomings. Just to be clear, editorial media are still important for maintaining liberal democracies, and the potential is great. It is just that this influence in the role of disseminators of facts and critics of power is far too often sidelined by forces that are stronger. Therefore, strengthening the journalistic function is absolutely necessary to counter destructive forces. It is important to emphasize that innovation work is, of course, not weak across all European media companies. Many are working with innovation at a relatively high level, especially in areas like artificial intelligence. The problem is simply that the differences between media companies are so great that many can hardly be called digital at all. It's interesting to note that new ideas being implemented by established companies engaged in extensive innovation, and not least by journalistic startups, often founded by young and idealistic people. Much of this involves adapting content to the individual needs of users. Several of these initiatives can be described as format agnostic, meaning that users themselves can choose whether to consume the content as text, audio, or video. There also seems to be a focus on placing content in a more understandable context, using language and explanations that ensure everyone has a chance to grasp the issues at hand. In addition to our business internal call for more innovation, we have two policy recommendations from Schibsted for the EU. First, make sure that relatively new and important regulations important for editorial media are efficiently enforced. And about that problem, I could hold a separate speech, but we don't have the time today. And two, we introduce a mechanism we call a media assessment test to make sure that regulations meant for big tech do not cause unintended harm for editorial media. And this is also really important, I think. The media industry is facing major challenges that we must solve ourselves, particularly in order to increase trust in us and to make us more relevant to key target groups. These two factors, trust and relevance, are of course important for the use of editorial media, but they are also crucial in gaining support against the politicians who would prefer to eliminate us or at least reduce our influence. Without support in media policy, or should we rather say in democracy policy, we will not succeed in fulfilling our social mission. An absolute minimum for media policy is that it helps remove obstacles, obstructions, and direct attacks on journalism and journalists. Several of these obstacles are addressed in the European Media Freedom Act, EMFA. It concerns the editorial media's freedom from states, from platforms, and from their own owners, in addition to improving journalist safety and increasing transparency requirements around media ownership. In addition to minimum regulations such as EMFA, there is a need for good financial conditions for independent media. In my country, Norway, the most important media policy measure is zero VAT on news subscriptions. In addition, we have direct financial support for groups on newspapers, such as local and niche newspapers. The state also has a scheme for innovation support. In addition to direct and indirect media policy support, we must put an end to leading politicians lying about editorial media, labeling completely ordinary journalistic work as fake news, and doing everything they can to discredit journalism in the eyes of the public. Such behavior among certain politicians around the world seems to spread like a virus, and it is, of course, unacceptable. The global political situation is currently unstable. We are witnessing a rise in illiberal forces, a decline in the number and strength of democracies, and ongoing attacks on free and independent media. I believe in protection through legislation and an active media policy that enables editorial media to survive and continue fulfilling their social mission. But most of all, I believe in a strong relationship between the media and the citizens. Ultimately, it is only the power of this bond that can counteract politicians who do not want critical media and an open and free public debate. In addition to a greater focus on innovation, where higher trust and better journalistic relevance for users are goals, play key roles, as I have already mentioned, I believe in the importance of explaining to the broader public why it is beneficial for a society to invest in journalism. History and experience are on our side, but I think we too easily take this insight for granted, and thus forget to explain how it works in practice. In working on this, in my report, I interviewed a Belgian editor who said, quote, "We are growing, but we are growing on a melting ice floe," end of quote. What he meant was that his newspaper is in a quite good position in the way that they are gaining more readers and subscribers, including relatively young people. The problem is that almost all of them are highly educated with good jobs and belong to the political center, a center that is steadily shrinking while extremist political parties are growing. And this editor described a problem many of us can relate to. He said, that we have 100 years of experience engaging with the political center, but we are not good at covering what is happening among those who vote for the extremist parties. We need to be there and talk to them. We need to struggle to do it in the right way, he said. And I really think he's right. I believe that the media outlets capable of delivering higher relevance for more people, better comprehensibility, and the most engaging presentation formats at eye level with users have the most crucial elements needed to regain some of the influence that editorial media have lost as defenders of liberal democracy. It will be hard, but far from impossible. But the clock is ticking. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holian, for your keynote address, inspiring, and also to highlight the link between media freedom and security and democracy and the role that independent media plays into this and editorial media as well. So thank you very much. Ambassadors, colleagues, this concludes the opening segment of our conference. I invite you to further socialize with during the coffee break for the next half hour until about 11:15, where we will continue with segment 1 of the plenary session. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Please take your seats. I know. I will call you. Can still enjoy. That's it. Please take your seats. We're getting ready to kick off the panel sessions for this conference. So, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests and friends, welcome again to the first day and the first plenary of this 10th OSCE Southeast Europe Media Conference. I will be your host for this plenary session. My name is Dalia Hasanbegovic. I'm from Al Jazeera Balkans, news reporter and news presenter. And my claim to fame, and since we are talking about safety of journalists, brief introductions why I was here. OSCE has been following me through all of this patch. I became unwillingly an advocate against cyberbullying since I was subjected to the most heinous and evil harassment, online harassment campaigns. One of my claims to fame, and you're going to all understand because as we are all in the media, we know we are all Soros, foreign agents, spies, and things like this. So this is actually the most fun part. There are hundreds of these things that was created against me. The most fun part are these pictures. The other things they were trying to do, and still are trying, to incite someone to attack me. They're not the fun part. But enough about me. I'm just giving you a brief introduction of why am I here. And once again, I want to thank OSCE for, I think, the only organization that has been with me since the beginning, since this started in 2019. In the next 75 minutes, we will aim to give you an overview of the main safety issues and threats encountered by journalists in this region, and hopefully we'll conclude with some sort of steps as to how to improve situation through shared experience, through support and help. Because, as you can see here, there's no security without media freedom, but we have to guarantee security to the journalists that are reporting the facts, and that seems to be increasingly hard because the risks and of the journalists that do their job properly, the price is becoming increasingly high. Another thing I want to mention, if you're doing, since we are 2025, everything is digital and social media. If you're taking pictures and anything, please use hashtag, you see it here, so we can all collect those pictures, photos, and videos at one place for our media office. So without any further ado, allow me to introduce you and present to you His Excellency Ambassador Andrea Cascone, Permanent Representative of Italy to the OSCE. And I'm sure he will also remind us of the OSCE groundbreaking and pioneering ministerial decision on the safety of journalists that was signed actually in Milan in 2018. So, Your Excellency, please.
Thank you, Dalia, and good morning, everyone. It is really great to be back in Sarajevo, and from the outset, let me thank warmly the representative on freedom of the media, Ambassador Jan Bratu, for inviting me to this conference, focused on a region, Southeast Europe, which is particularly dear to my country, Italy. Someone might think it's normal because we are neighboring. Well, actually, we are much more than just being neighbor. We are part of this region. In fact, the Adriatic Sea does not separate us, but rather unites us. And just a few days ago, May 20, we celebrated the 25th anniversary of the Ancona Declaration, which launched the Adriatic Union Initiative, a partnership based on a shared vision of our common future, based on the integration in the European Union. And Italy will continue to strive to achieve that goal because we believe this is the only way to complete the historic process of reunification of the European continent. And this will happen only when all countries from the other side of the Adriatic will become member of the European Union. So today I have the pleasure and the honor to introduce you a panel dedicated to a topic, the safety of journalists, which is very close to Italy's heart. As it was just recalled, Italy was indeed the Italian chairpersonship chairpersonship of the OSCE in 2018 that approved the relevant Ministerial Council decision, a result that was anything but granted when we started the OSCE chair. In fact, at the time, the discussions among the participating states were already deeply polarized, especially in topics related to the OSCE human dimension. Now, when we started this process on drafting the decision on the safety of journalists, the basic idea was to update OSCE standards on the freedom of the media and access to information, take into account the latest development, namely within the UN Human Rights Council. From the very beginning, the proposal had to face stiff resistance. But through intense negotiation, we managed to reach the consensus and to achieve an important update to the OSCE commitments on freedom of the media and more generally on the human dimension, something that unfortunately did not occur in the year ahead. Needless to say, the representative on the freedom of the media and his team played a crucial role in achieving this result. If you look at the decision, I really encourage all of you to read it. There are 14 commitments. I just wanted to recall 3 of them. First, take effective measures to end impunity for crimes committed against journalists by ensuring accountability as a key element in preventing future attacks, including by ensuring the law enforcement agencies carry out swift, effective, and impartial investigations into acts of violence and threats against journalists in order to bring all those responsible to justice and ensure that victims have access to appropriate remedies. Second, refrain from arbitrary or unlawful interferences with journalists' use of encryption and anonymity technologies, and refrain from employing unlawful or arbitrary surveillance techniques, noting that such acts infringe on the journalists' enjoyment of human rights and could put them at the potential risk of violence and threats to their safety. Third, encourage state bodies and law enforcement agencies to engage in awareness raising and training activities related to the need to ensure safety of journalists and to promote the involvement of civil society in such activities where appropriate. As you may know, OSCE commitments are not legally binding. They are political commitments. But that does not diminish their relevance, because fulfilling or not political commitments defines the international credibility of a state. Of course, as also Ambassador Brato recalled, it is the actual implementation that defines ultimately the success of a ministerial decision. So it is the responsibility of the participating states to work consistently with the commitments undertaken within the OSCE. And in the case of the safety of journalists, the current trends, including in the context of the unjustified and justifiable war of aggression by Russia against Ukraine, remain worrisome and require renewed efforts by the states in implementing the Milan decision. The appalling murder of the Ukrainian journalist Victoria Roshinya is a stark reminder of the dangerous conditions under which too many journalists are working, especially in context of conflicts. We have seen, for example, during the COVID pandemic, including in this region, that journalists continue to face unacceptable intimidation and violence. The increasing role of online platforms is exposing further journalists, in particular women journalists, to threats and dangers. So if the implementation of OSCE commitments is key, what is Italy doing in this respect? In 2017, we established a coordinating center that on a permanent basis monitors, analyzes, and exchanges information on the cases of intimidation against journalists. This center is chaired by the Minister of Interior, includes key elements like the Chief of National Police, as well as the representatives of relevant association and federation of Italian journalists. The aim is to look at what happens on the ground and to address existing challenges together with journalists, also in view of preventing and countering acts of intimidation. In 2018, we also created a permanent body that supports the coordinating center with the aim to expand the number of stakeholders engaged in this exercise and also to elaborate periodic reports on the basis of aggregated data. And data is one of the commitments also in the Milan decision. Periodically, our center publishes a report on the activities carried out, both at national and international levels, along with major data concerning the overall trends on any act of violence or intimidation against journalists. You can download the report in the website of our Ministry of Interior. The last one is actually this one here. It was published in January 2025, and it refers to the year 2024. So from this report, you will see that last year we have registered 114 episodes of intimidation towards journalists, which is an increase of 16.3% compared to the year before. You will have a snapshot of the type of threats, the distribution on the territory. Of course, this is not the full picture. It is a snapshot, but it's a very important snapshot because data are crucial to understanding trends and magnitude. Raising awareness is indeed more important than ever. Too often, violence against journalists is underestimated or even neglected. Such an attitude helps reproducing the grassroots causes of this phenomenon, thus spreading it further in our society. I warmly commend the work of and the efforts of the representatives of the freedom of the media and Ambassador Bratu for promoting a full implementation of the Milan ministerial decision, and I really encourage everyone to have a look to the RFoM toolbox on the safety of journalists, as well as their guidelines on countering the violence against women journalists online. Addressing the existing challenges requires the full commitment of all stakeholders, but first and foremost of the state institutions. On this note, I would like to conclude my introduction by quoting a prominent Italian personality, Giovanni Falcone. He was not a journalist, he was a judge. But like a journalist, he spent his life in a search for the truth. And that ultimately he paid with his life for it. When asked about the risk, the danger he was facing, and what would have been needed to counter these threats, Falcone said, "You die when you are left alone by the institutions." No journalist should feel abandoned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Through the mentioned ministerial decision on safety of the journalists, through this conference and all of their work from the OSCE, the representative for the freedom of the media offices, they're very committed to the freedom of the expression, media freedom, access to information, and journalistic freedom and security. But however, situation constantly needs improving. And what more can be done? What issues are faced by journalists in these regions? We're going to find out from our panelists, and it's all a female panel because, as we have heard, there's even a gender-based safety issue. So women journalists face even more greater security risk. Usually, they're perceived as a weaker target. So please welcome from Serbia, Ivana Stevanovic, Executive Director of Slavko Čuruvija Foundation. Ivana, please join us. Please take your seat. From Montenegro, Ms. Daniela Đuković, Prosecutor at Bijelo Polje Basic Prosecutor's Office. Thank you very much. From Kosovo, Naile Dema Selmani, Board Vice Chairperson of Kosovo Journalists Association. Naile, please join us. And from Brussels, but covering whole of Europe, Ms. Renate Schröder, I hope I pronounced it correctly, Director of European Federation of Journalists. Please join us. And I'm going to take my seat. And I'm well without microphone. In the meantime, let me just, since we're going to have here some panelists who are going to speak in their native languages, you all have here these sets. Hopefully turn it on and just pick a channel for the language that you want. I think we have all languages covered. So we are all here and getting comfortable. And I'll start from the top. I'll start with Mrs. Schroeder, which I move this chair so I can even see you properly. But everyone, welcome to Sarajevo. First of all, I'm gonna be Sarajevo host as well. Can you tell us, from the perspective of the organization of European Federation of Journalists, what is more dominant currently? Are the physical threats against journalists, or is it online violence?
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. It's not the first time that I'm in Sarajevo, and I think it's a very important place to discuss safety issues. What are the threats at the moment? We are monitoring threats, actually with the help of the Media Freedom Rapid Response Mechanism, but also with the Council of Europe platform for the protection and safety of journalists. And what came out the last 2 years is that the online threats against journalists have become much more than physical threats. Actually, only in the EU alone, it has been 41% and 16% physical threats, whereas in the applicant countries, 36%. And giving these numbers, of course, is not the reality, because as we know, many journalists today, specifically female journalists, still think, I am a journalist, I'm a woman, and it's a normal attitude that people attack me. And I think this is also something we have to keep saying, it is not. And you have to dare to raise awareness and to report all these threats. So,
what are your advices from the Federation when faced with online violence? With physical violence, everyone is hopefully familiar that you reported to the institution, and there are different ways in different countries that institutions are dealing with that. But when it comes to this online violence, it seems to be really because the law is not catching up with the development of the online and cyber world. So it has this huge gray area that leaves journalists and female journalists unprotected. What are your advices there?
Well, first of all, as I said, report about it. Take it very seriously yourself. I mean, this online violence we are discussing is taking forms of so-called deep porn, where with deepfakes you can do everything today. And that, of course, has a huge effect on your mental health. We are actually, in 2 weeks' time, we are organizing a workshop on mental health issue and psychosocial risks. And of course, again, more women than men are coming to this workshop. So what is important to report that to your employer, because I think it's also important to remind the employer's duty of care. When you're freelance, you also have to report it. And then, of course, be a member of a journalist organization, because they are at least supposed to be there to help you dealing with that. And talk to your colleagues, talk to your,
talk to your colleagues, and hopefully we can each in our own countries do something for this legal system to catch up finally with the online world. It's not two separate worlds anymore.
No, I mean, this is just the last point, of course, and there we are also working in Brussels with the Digital Service Act, because it's a systemic risk regarding media freedom, and we have to get the platforms accountable and responsible, and that, of course, is a chapter by itself.
And we're going to learn a little bit more about that. But now I'll just follow from this. As I said, Ms. Naila Dema Selmani from Kosovo Association of Journalists. Can you tell us what are the greatest safety risks for the journalists operating in Kosovo at the moment?
Thank you very much, Danila. I will be addressing in Albanian as we discussed, so if anyone needs translator.
Okay, I'll also do this.
Take your time.
Yes, of course. Yes, you can proceed. All right, I'll try. I hope you can confirm if everything is fine. I think we can separate this in three separate fields regarding the security of journalists in Kosovo. First of all, the main threat has to do with their physical security. Talking about physical security, the threats the journalists had to go through takes us back in 2023, exactly 26th of May until 30th of June, where we had 30 reported cases of brutal threats towards journalists in Kosovo. This was around the protests in Leposavic. The journalists were doing their jobs, what they do on a daily basis. They went there to report and to inform the public about the happenings. However, they faced physical attacks. They asked for police help. Some of them needed medical help. And apart from this, there were destroying of their equipment, their vehicles, stealings, looting of their cars, the cameras, microphones, and everything they used during the reporting by the medias they were reporting for. So this was one of the most difficult phases of regarding the security on the field. Of course, the police was trying to do its job. But talking about what needs to be done, how to intervene, I believe the Journalist Association of Kosovo has held a couple of meetings. We said that we need to raise our voice in front of the institutions, starting with the police and then all the way to the attorneys and the decision-making processes in order to keep the journalists safe. What does that mean? That means that journalists should be reviewed as a priority and they should be classified. I don't know how it functions in other countries. However, in Kosovo, they are just regarded as simple threats towards other people. We need to separate the journalists from other professions. They are considered as normal, as everyday threats. These need to be regarded as on a priority level, number one. And then we can talk about the risks for the journalists, is the discourse used in the medias and against journalists in general. There is a lack of respect of the integrity of journalists in the profession due to the discourse that is being used. The last report of the Journalists Without Borders put Kosovo on the 99th place, which is 24 places down compared to the previous year. This means that the things are not going good. The political opponents are really pressuring the journalists. They do that in front of the medias, and it continues to put a huge damage on the work of the media workers and the journalists. What can we do about this? Naturally, we need to change this discourse. As the ambassador said, we don't need to be seen as enemies. Medias are not the enemies of the governments. Media does its own job. They want responsibility from those that have been doing wrong. We don't want to be friends with the governments. It's so simple. We just need to let people do their job. There is another issue which was raised lately in Kosovo, and I think this will help the journalists and medias. This comes from the medias directly. We're talking about the judicial security. In the last month, we had 3 journalists that were requiring to respect their rights within the institutions where they work. However, they were sent to the courts by their employees. Perhaps this will be taken as a good example how should be acted in these cases. We need to create a good ambience for those people to do their job. I believe at the start I said enough. Maybe I'll add something later.
A question, why were the reporters perceived as enemies for this Leposavic incident?
Besoj e dini kontekstin.
I believe you know the context Kosovo-Serbia. There were protests by local Serbs, but not on their own. They were against setting the mayors that were elected on local level in Kosovo. They simply didn't want to let those people take their offices, so they organized protests. On the other hand, these people were elected, and this created a conflict. There were representatives of KFOR that was also hurt in the process. The journalists were in the middle of the Serbs that were protesting and the armed forces on the other side. So the journalists were actually bringing in the facts, they were passing the messages, but there were some attacks from all the sides and everybody was affected.
A huger conflict there, and as I understood, even greater risk is faced by journalists reporting on the northern Kosovo. Yeah. We're gonna talk about it a bit later. Now, as we follow on, we have Ms. Daniela Đuković, as I said, prosecutor from Bijelopolje Basic Prosecutor's Office, and she was just mentioning that she actually was a reporter before, so it's a very special perspective on both worlds. She was talking to me saying, oh, I'm the only prosecutor here, everyone is a reporter. And I said, actually, we need your perspective because your side is now that should guarantee our safety. We need prosecutor's office to do their job properly, for the journalists to feel safe and to be granted to do their job correctly. So what would you say, what is the situation like in Montenegro? What are there prevalent attacks against journalists? Is it more online violence? In the past, let's say 5 years, what would you say, the situation deteriorating or improving in terms of journalistic safety?
Dobar dan svima.
Good afternoon. I'll be talking in my language. As for the situation in Montenegro, it has improved. And this whole time, we have been trying to get closer to the media community by organizing meetings at the level of the Supreme Prosecutor's Office with all media editors in Montenegro, and also on the level of local communities. Local prosecutors have organized meetings with the local media. In addition to this frequent cooperation, there are mandatory instructions that were approved 2 months after the Supreme Prosecutor came in office. According to these instructions, cases concerning attacks on journalists, on their property, and murders of journalists should be treated as a priority. So what does this mean? When a prosecutor receives a report on an attack on a journalist, he has to form a case file and take necessary actions within 24 hours, and has to do everything in their power in order to obtain evidence. According to this mandatory instruction, public prosecutors are to initiate minor offense proceedings on their own. The police used to do this in the past, so the focus on this is on this as well. We should also keep in mind that there is the Supreme Coordinator at the Prosecutor's Office who monitors abidance by these instructions. There is a contact person at every office, and they submit regular reports on the work of prosecutors on journalist cases. Also, state prosecutors have an obligation to respond to the recommendations of the commission that monitors investigations. Within 7 days, they should respond to omissions defined by the commission. Also, the Montenegrin criminal code protects journalists. There are 2 crimes. One is coercion, and the other one is threat on security. Although there is no separate crime defined as an attack on journalists, this is included in paragraphs 3 and 4 of these 2 crimes, and they are included as injured persons. In 2024, there were 14 such cases in Montenegro, and I think a prosecutorial decision was taken in 6 cases, while 8 cases are still pending, and they are trying to identify the perpetrators. As for attacks on journalists online, on social media and Instagram, these cases are mostly against unknown perpetrators. They take a bit longer because of data collection from Instagram, Facebook, and other social media and the international cooperation in order to be able to prosecute the perpetrators. I assume that you already cooperate with the social media platforms.
Or should I keep in Bosnian if you have translation? I'm assuming you have cooperation with Facebook and with the social media networks. They have this fast track, from what I was told here, to cooperate with the legal system in each particular country, especially when the journalists are attacked, and they're providing the information in a really short time span. So are you using that as well to protect the journalists when it comes to online threats?
Yes, of course. We use such data in order to prosecute the perpetrators. These are very important information. Yes, of course. We are talking about this accelerated cooperation with social media. I wanted to ask about this.
2 legal frameworks protecting the journalists. The situation in Montenegro seems, compared to Bosnia, and my experience in Bosnia, seems way more advanced when it comes to legal protection of journalists. If a journalist is not happy with the way his complaint is being handled, who can they go to? Is there another instance in a case if they're thinking that the judicial system is protecting the attacker on them? Is there an independent body that they can go to have their complaint, to review their complaint?
We have this commission that monitors the investigations. They monitor the work of prosecutors on such cases. As I said before, a prosecutor working on such case, after receiving recommendations from the commission related to the investigation, the prosecutor is to provide response within 7 days. There are different types of control through quarterly reports on whether everything was done in a timely manner. Yeah, and the control is independent.
Then experiences from Montenegro that can be applied to other countries. I'll go on to Ms. Ivana Stevanovic. She's with us from Serbia, as I said, Executive Director of Slavko Ćuruvija Foundation. Ms. Stevanovic, or Ivana, the current situation in Serbia, maybe we can draw a line till November 2024 and after November of last year. But how would you describe the situation in Serbia when it comes to safety of the journalists and those journalists that are reporting on the facts?
Hvala, ja ću također na srpskom jeziku.
Thank you. I'll speak in Serbian. I think the situation in Serbia is alarming. Currently, and I'm not exaggerating, according to data of NUNS, the organization keeping track of attacks on journalists, in the first half of this year, we are actually approaching to the yearly number of attacks from last year. And the majority of such attacks are either directly related to the protests and reporting on the protests, or such attacks happened because of the reporting. I've been listening to the other colleagues and the ambassador and OSCE representatives. I have to say that we in Serbia have a situation where recently the president gave a speech on national TV. He threatened the public prosecutor because he did not prosecute media reporting from the protests. We have been warning about this dangerous situation for years. This situation is created by the government. And now we even crossed this line. They threaten prosecutors because they haven't prosecuted the blocking media, as the government calls them. We have had serious student protests for the past 6 months, and a woman journalist was attacked when she was reporting on a protest organized by the government. She was attacked by a government supporter, and instead of protecting the journalist and sanctioning the attacker, the police decided to prosecute the journalist. On a daily basis, the highest government officials, including the president, normalize attacks on journalists. They create an environment and convey a message that sending a message to journalists and threatening them is normal. This is very worrying. Serbia does have some mechanisms. Serbia has a law which treats threats to journalists, and threats to journalists are treated the same as threats to the president and ministers. However, we cannot talk about such mechanisms if we have the captured state and the judiciary. And if the judiciary only works in order to intimidate journalists who criticize the government. We cannot trust the judiciary. For more than 2 months, they kept 6 innocent people in detention because of an invented crime. There was no legal ground for this, and they threatened other people to detain them, and these people decided not to return to Serbia. So with such judiciary, I mean, journalists cannot have any confidence. They cannot trust the judiciary. I would like to warn the international stakeholders. Serbia is heading in a very serious direction.
For protection in this situation, is there anybody protecting the reporters for the past 6 months? We're talking since November of last year, and for the context, I think majority of the audience know in 1st of November of last year, there was a huge accident at the railway station in Novi Sad. 16 civilians died, and afterwards the railway station was just reconstructed, previously newly opened, and there are claims of corruption while that reconstruction was going in process, so it was not done properly, and a huge students' protest broke out throughout Serbia, demanding actually those responsible to be brought to justice. So now it's a very polarized situation. People reporting on those protests are being endangered. is there anyone they can turn on to for protection?
We have a mechanism. It's not very common. It's a standing working group for the security of journalists. It includes representatives of media associations and of the police and prosecutors' offices. It foresees contact points with the police, the prosecutors' offices, and journalist associations that journalists can turn to and seek protection. At this point, their status is frozen in this group because of the current situation in Serbia, and also because of the declining effects of this working group. There is an increasing number of cases where threatening journalist security goes with impunity. The investigations are endless. There are, of course, media associations that do a lot of work, serious work in that respect. However, in the current situation where the entire judiciary is captured and they only follow the orders of the government, we cannot expect them to protect the journalists because the government is against journalists in their public speeches. In the Chiruvia Foundation, we have followed the number of verbal attacks on critical journalists in pro-government tabloids. These tabloids are actually media outlets that have been directly supported and financed by the government with public money. There are four largest such tabloids in Serbia, and in 2023 there were over 800 verbal attacks and verbal targeting of critical journalists, and the largest number of such targeting cases were against journalists working for the United Group, TV1 and Nova TV, and Danas and Radar newspapers. And when you look at the statistics on the attacks, you will see that the majority of cases involve journalists working for these media outlets. So there is this link. It's clear where the attacks come from.
We're going to open that question later with Ms. Schrader. There comes to point that not everyone should be a labeled reporter, and that's opening a whole new issue, especially in this region here, without a lot of this, well, I'm a reporter, but I wouldn't refer to them as colleagues. But we have one special speaker, and I was going to introduce him a little bit later on, but since Mr. Ivanovic opened this topic about situation in Serbia, I think it would be beneficial for all the audience to hear his point of view right now, and then we're going to continue on. Mr. Veran Matic, he's a Serbian journalist, and he's a media manager. He's a member of Working Group for Safety of Journalists. He was also in the Commission for Investigative Killings of Journalists. So I'm going to ask Mr. Matic to address us, and he's going to tell us his vision of current situation in Serbia, just for a broader context for everyone, since we've heard a very worrying picture of the situation from Ms. Stevanovic. Mr. Matic, thank you very much.
Hvala. Ja ću nastojati da nadopunim Ivanu koja je odlično govorila.
I will try to add upon what Ivana was saying about the situation in Serbia. I would just like to talk a bit from a bit broader perspective. We are not talking about the problem of the past 6 months in Serbia. We are talking about a number of past years. We have witnessed escalation, and basically we can say that journalism in Serbia is under constant, permanent, intensive attack from different sectors. when we talk about the safety of journalists, on one hand, we have manipulation with laws that are being, new laws that are being adopted, legalizing media control. And from the other perspective, there is a manipulation of appointments to the Media Council. So if we take a stock of 2024, we can see the anomaly compared to previous year. Out of 62 cases registered by the state prosecutor, Supreme State Prosecutor, only one case was resolved with a legally binding judgment. So 61 still pending. And also the police did not respond in many cases to prosecutor's office order to conduct investigation. So we have the problem where the police and prosecutors are negating and ignoring journalists. So, as I've said, the police practice, the court practice, the prosecutor's office practices simply being changed. And we do not have judges protecting the freedom of speech and freedom of journalists. When we get into the courtrooms, we see that the judges are taking the side of those prosecuting the journalists. The journalists are being beaten, malwares installed into their devices, they're being threatened, and nobody's doing anything about this. And at the same time, the European Union and European institutions keep silent. There are some annual reports expressing their concern and dissatisfaction, but there is no evident reaction to this. And this is systematic injustice that we are facing. In the whole region is looking at Serbia and the situation there, because Serbia's situation impacts all other countries in the region. And if something like this is still unnoticed by Brussels, then we can expect this trend to start happening in other countries. We had only one case where we had the indictment, but the case is not finished. Another problem that we are facing is para-police forces. Different groups established by the ruling party, they have gathered different security, criminal personnel to protect them during their gatherings, and police is actually serving them because they are giving orders to police during these gatherings. And this is a true evidence of elimination of the security institutions in Serbia. Just recently, one journalist in Serbia said that he's avoiding these para-police forces attacks by wearing the same clothes that they wear, black sweaters or hoodies. And during one event, the police was wearing press marks. So imagine, the police is being disguised as press, and press is being disguised as criminals in Serbia. This is a terrible situation, a disaster that does not exist anywhere else, especially these yellow media or tabloids that are reporting on different issues. One of the directors of one tabloid went to the street, and in the midday he attacked one research journalist. But the prosecutor office decided that there are no elements of criminal offense. And they directed this journalist to go into civil proceedings. In a short period of time, we have been suffering attacks from different sectors and sides. This is really a hybrid war. Let me just mention the case of Courier, because we talk about some threats and some attacks, but this specific paper, they have 16 different slaps that they are facing right now. One of these slaps is by a judge of appellate court for a case where for a murder of journalists where the perpetrators were sentenced to 100 years in total. But they then lodged a complaint against a journalist who was reporting on this. This journalist used publicly available data, facts, correct and truthful facts. But this judge and her husband actually were initiated a lawsuit against this journalist. So 3 journalists of Krika also had attacks or violent trespassing into their homes. And these are the research journalists. They were not robbed, actually, but it was just a case of intimidation. The journalists are, visiting court and their editors are being part of different lawsuits, and this is wasting of their time. Spyware, malware is being installed on devices of journalists, but there are no investigations regarding this. The institutions are mostly protecting the political establishment and the criminal offenses that they have committed. The indictments against them are secret, and usually there are no cases. We got suggestions for the amendments on the law on the media. There was a provision regarding the presumption of innocence. The Brussels asked us to broaden this definition, and our government responded by reformulating this in a way that this will be the end of the investigative journalism, because there won't be it will not be possible to conduct any single research about their criminal and corruptive activities. Around 15 million euro is being allocated to pro-government media and tabloids that were actually established just to get the money. And also withdrawal of donors last year was a huge attack on the journalism in our country. I have really tried to lay down the picture of repression that we are facing in Serbia. The students and their protests and are trying actually to achieve and improve the situation in terms of simply requesting the rule of law. We have reported on 70 different attacks on students, hitting by the cars became simply a regular activity. Beating them up and exerting different other type of violence against students is becoming the everyday life. The students requested new elections and extraordinary elections, and this is what is actually creating even more difficult situation in Serbia. This is actually, the students are putting the differences away and focusing on what is common to the whole society. This is illustrating one new Serbia, the Serbia that has a media that are there to inform and educate, and the students are requiring this kind of country. And we see that with the case of students in our country, we see that everything that was so powerful is becoming weak. And there is only this power that they are using, or the force that they are using, and that is actually turning into trauma. The patriotism of students has actually won over this force. So the Serbia that we all want is what we are working for, but we do need the support from European Commission, Council of Europe, European Council, and OSCE. The students are representing we have Angela, Emilia, and other future journalists among us here. Please get up. I would really like to greet you. This is the future of journalism in Serbia, and they are part of these student blockades.
You are heading, I don't have a watch with me, but we have plenty more questions. We want the questions from the audience, so we'll go a round of questions, and then for the audience, they're saying 10 minutes. Maybe we'll steal 2 more or something, but we'll, Ms. Schrader, very concerning reports from Serbia. We wanted to end this on sort of a positive note, but I have to ask you first, in this situation, when the legal system, it's a wall, you can protect to the certain point, then the institutions, the legal system has to do its job to send the message that it's unacceptable to attack the journalists. In the situation that happens commonly in this region, when that is not happening, what are your recommendations? What can be done?
Yeah, first of all, I also wanted to say that the EFJ is extremely concerned what's happening in Serbia and Turkey at the moment. And our President Maja Sever from Croatia reminds us day by day. And indeed, the only hope are the young people and the support for the students. But it's difficult to be optimistic at this moment with these autocratic toolboxes, which we see in many countries, and Europe being squeezed in between Putin and Trump. And unfortunately, I'm very worried that the geopolitical strategy of the European Union at the moment is not the right one, meaning not taking the applicant process seriously and neglecting all the reporting we are doing and we are also bringing to Brussels, not being taken too seriously. So from that a bit negative point of view, well, you asked me a question which is really not easy to respond to, because we see what's happening in Russia. We also see now what's happening in the United States, a country that's sort of born with Watergate and independence of media. And I'm afraid maybe it's coming, but there is not enough outrage there yet. So we need to stand up for journalism. This is actually our principle. But for that, we need, on the one hand, journalists to do their work correctly. And for that, of course, they also need the legal environment to do that. We need, as we heard this morning, the media viability. You know, journalism is expensive. They cannot do it without that. We need to reach out to the audience. We need to engage with the audience. We need, as at every conference is being said, media literacy events to show the people what makes the difference of journalism, what makes the difference from a journalist to an influencer or to a troll or what have you. This is utterly important because we are at a turning point where disinformation and toxic info spreading online is having success. We see it with elections also within the European Union lately. So what we are also trying within the Union to say, you have to support independent journalism as an antidote to disinformation. Journalists, most of them are working professionally and doing what they can, but often they are squeezed to do clickbait. So my answer is not easy because I think it's also the media that have to help journalists to reach out. Serbia is doing all what it can. Our union our association, NUNS, is doing all the reporting they do. They're trying to really help the journalist place. So I can come up with some recommendations later, and I think this will, because we have many. But regarding Serbia, at the very moment, we have to go back to the political will. And how to get this political will is a whole question, which maybe our young colleagues help you. We need change. We need that. But to get there, it may still be a bit bloody, I'm afraid. It won't be easy. So maybe I can give you some recommendations, not talking about Serbia, but more generally, I don't know.
General, but you were mentioning United States, and in the preparation for this panel, we were talking about that 10, 15 years ago, when the journalists were attacked in a community, it would be a public outcry, and everyone would stand up because it was non-accepted. But lately, because of all of this negative effects you're speaking about, dissemination of false information and everything, we don't see it as much. We don't see it as strongly. Unfortunately, we see in some countries actually public cheering for journalists to be attacked. And you mentioned you have actually a term for that. So can you explain to us all when you notice this shift happening and what is going on?
Yeah. Well, I mentioned the Trump effect. It's maybe too easy to blame Trump for everything, but we have noticed in 2016 already, when Trump for the first time became president and already started his smear campaigns against journalists at a high level, that political, more illiberal leaders like Janša, like Orban and others, you name them, intensified smear campaigns against journalists as well. And I think all that, and now of course with Trump again being there, first day saying media, legacy media is dead, and sort of really promoting this post-truth area where facts don't matter anymore. And we know that lies spread much faster on the internet, where we have, as we said this morning, news deserts ever more, where people also, young people, use news avoidance because they're sick and tired of the bad news they're reaching, but also partly of the captured news or of the clickbait used news. So all that in this ground of very precarious working conditions, and I think that since the corona pandemic, this is an additional fact that journalists have been seen more and more as part of the elite. So they are squeezed. The ones complain because they see them as part of government, and the others because they criticize the governments. And this is very, very difficult for them. So yeah, on the one hand, you have this free speech absolutism, which why we have so much online harassment as well, because nobody is being made accountable for it. And there is a lack of interest in regulation. And that, of course, is all part of the toolboxes of illiberal leaders. The first thing in this toolbox is get rid of critical journalism.
So
you know.
now journalists have to come together, and a unity of journalists actually seems like the way to pull the strength out to fight against all of these abnormalities. Naila, what would you say, what would be in the current situation of safety of the journalists in Kosovo, what would be 3 steps that need to be done immediately to improve the working environment of safety for journalists in Kosovo?
Po, Dalia, I përmenda pak a shumë edhe në diskutim.
I mentioned a couple of those at the previous speech, but I believe that the government, regardless who's on the top, their report to the medias and the journalists in general should be seen as an urgent issue. We need to change the discourse. As Ms. Schroeder said, by automatism, the Trump effect made decentralization, and it simply slipped away to the lower levels, even the ministries, even local self-government. So this discreditation of the journalists has huge effect. The journalists are really paying a high price for this public discreditation. They're living with the issues that they have to face on a daily basis, and this situation is being seen in Kosovo as well. Supporting the real journalism becomes very hard in this circumstance, in this area. You can see the language that is being in the social medias. You know, people listen to the leaders of the institutions of the state. They simply become more encouraged to do the same, actually violate the journalists online, and this becomes normalized. Of course, even in Kosovo, no matter what kind of field of journalism you fall into, you need to fight these or face this language and these harassment. Yes, of course, we need to report them. We shouldn't normalize them. We need to raise our voices, but we also need to face the people that actually do this violence online or in a physical sense sometimes. And there is a good example. Since OSCE, along with the Journalists Association in 2017 decided upon, is to set coordinators in the police departments, the courts and so on, in order to take these cases with priority. However, on the other hand, you see the journalists should be more informed, that they should respect their own work more. We are talking about the responsibility of the journalists as well. I think that many journalists don't understand their role, that how important it is to report true news. And I think we also need to educate not only journalists but also the population regarding the digital writing and reading.
Education of the entire society is definitely one of the important points, and education of the journalists of how to seek protection. Ms. Djukovic, can you elaborate a little bit more? You told us there are 2 laws actually protecting journalists in Montenegro. One is the enforcement, prinuda, and one is endangerment of safety. So can you elaborate a little bit more on what is enforcement in terms of attacking journalists, and of course this endangerment we can understand, but what are the differences?
So there are 2 crimes. There is the criminal code and minor offense code. When it comes to coercion, whoever coerces another person to do or not to do something, in the context of journalists, this applies to people working in public interest.
Malo nam obrazložite kako prinudi nekoga da nešto vrši ili ne vrši.
Can you explain the coercion a bit? Whoever coerces someone to do or not to do something, let me share an example. For example, you want to ask me something today, and your boss tells you that you must not ask me that. This is a crime. You should ask me because it's in the public interest. Okay, thank you. So this is a crime, among other things. If somebody forces you not to publish something or to publish something, not to record or to have a show or not to have a show, all of this is coercion. And as for crimes from the Basic Prosecutor's Office, if a journalist is attacked, be it physically or psychologically, if the perpetrator is known, they are arrested by the police, and then they stay in detention for 72 hours. So what else do you want to know about crimes? I wanted you to explain the difference between these two crimes. One is a crime and the other is a minor offense. No, the other is also a crime. It is posing a threat on one's security. Whoever poses a threat on security of another by threatening to attack them, and so on. As for minor offenses, they are defined in the law on public peace and order. There are different activities against journalists and other citizens.
This enforcement was an interesting part. It's not. It's treated differently in legal systems across the board here in the Balkans. So thank you very much for the explanation. And least but not last, Ivana, we've heard the most about the situation in Serbia, and unfortunately, it seems, as Ms. Schrader also said, at the crossroads. It's not really optimistic from the new colleagues coming to journalism field, to new reporters. It's not very inviting. What would you say to them, and what would you say to your colleagues, journalists in the region? How can we help journalists in Serbia at the moment?
Thank you for offering help, and considering that there are no other mechanisms, it's useful, at least for the whole region and beyond, to observe what's going on in Serbia. We talk to our partners from the EU and globally. We really need you to put pressure on your governments to stop supporting our government, or at least to react to what our government has been doing against the freedom and security of journalists. And really, I have to pay tribute to the students in Serbia. Every time I shed a tear when we talk about this. It happened to me a few moments ago during the applause. Their civic support, and the students currently have the power to mobilize citizens. And this is crucial because at this moment we don't have the institutions. We are on our own. I think in Serbia, citizens tend to forget what is the role of professional media and journalists. This is an important time. We have to remind them and make them understand that by defending physical and psychological integrity of journalists, they also defend their own right to be informed. and to live a quality life when they have proper information.
It's the journalism that we need to defend. I know we are over time, and someone is going to throw me out of Swiss Hotel's rooftop. It's a beautiful view on the rooftop, I know, but please don't. Let me see if there are questions from the audience. I think they're going to allow us a few minutes for the questions, if there are some questions for our panelists. Or we covered, there is one. Can we ask nice colleagues? Yes, the mic in the last row at the end, close to the door, please.
Tamara Filipovic, Independent Journalists Association from Serbia. I have a question for the prosecutor from Montenegro. This coercion crime is really interesting to me. Do you have any examples from practice that someone actually filed a criminal report for coercion? I don't have such information, but there are probably such cases. I can find the information after the conference and send it to you. Thank you.
There
is another question, gentleman in the white shirt.
So we've been talking about the student blockades and how pretty much students have tried to find another way to approach journalism by creating their own media, if I can say, like news media in a sense. And they've faced a lot of problems with that because by trying to be objective in a way, they've also been targeted. We have female anchors and co-anchors being attacked, verbally attacked on the internet. From my perspective, as not just being a student, but also being a journalist, I've been detained for trying to objectively talk about the protests and the pro-regime gatherings and all of that, because that's the whole point. But we've seen that a lot of things do not go the way that they're planned. Like journalists get attacked, they get insulted, nothing ever happens. So what's the point? How do we stay motivated in a way to not get attacked and fight for the freedom we're given by the basic constitution of a country?
Ivana, I think that is for you. Difficult question.
It is a difficult question. I'm thinking about the perspective. Let's ask the journalists of Greek. What motivates them? What helps them remain so persistent and brave in their reporting? What kind of satisfaction can you feel despite of everything when you manage to publish a story or to debunk something? What kind of satisfaction you get when the whole community supports you? What's the motivation for people working for N1 or Nova TV? Because on a daily basis they are exposed to incredible pressures and threats, and they still keep doing their job. At this point, there are not many encouraging words to say, but if we give up and say this is not worth it, we will simply leave our country to others, and all we can do then is to emigrate. Free media are getting lost in Serbia. We didn't have the time to talk about this. This is one of the pillars of democracy and one of the most important ways for Serbia to get rid of this burden. Things are not overly optimistic.
We have one more question. Izvolite.
Hvala vam, ja sam Duška Pejović.
Thank you, Duška Pejović, a journalist from Montenegro. I think this is a critical moment. It's not nice to say this, but concrete measures must be taken, not only to protect the lives and health of journalists, but also to protect public interest and democratic values. I'll be brief, we don't have much time. Let me just say that I went through all of these things that you mentioned. However, I would like to focus on something that has been included in the terminology. We have this phrase, critical journalists. They're not necessarily investigative journalists, but they can criticize unlawful behaviors and activities on the public scene. So I have a question for any of the panelists. How can we prove in the world of journalism not only physical attacks, threats and intimidations? We can prove them because we can hear them or see them. But how can we prove the most sophisticated methods of censorship and discrimination and political pressures? And regardless of how much integrity you have and how much you follow ethical standards, you experience this almost on a daily basis in offices, things that are not uttered on the phone or online, but between two people. And people who have the integrity to refuse are automatically eliminated. They will not be fired. Their employers are not stupid, but they will be degraded, or maybe they will just be transferred to a different position where they will have no influence. They will be eliminated as those who cannot be controlled. So it's not just physical and psychological attacks and intimidation. There are things that happen inside, between the walls of different media outlets. Thank you. Mrs. Djukovic, will you try to answer this? The two of us discussed this already. For every crime or minor offense at the expense of the journalists, how can such a crime be proved? Yes, the two of us talked about this during the break. For example, there is the increased number of reports and sentences for domestic violence thanks to the media. In the media kept reporting on these crimes. I'm saying this because in domestic violence cases, the prosecutor and the court believes the injured party. Crimes against journalists and minor offenses against journalists should be treated in the same way, because these situations are specific. There is no evidence and something happened. There has to be a way to protect journalists. Just like domestic violence victims, journalists should be believed, even though there is no evidence to corroborate this. We should try to find ways to obtain evidence. I met the colleague who asked the question here in Sarajevo, and we talked about this. And regardless of whether a perpetrator will be prosecuted or not, the criminal code defines security measures such as a restraining order. So it doesn't matter what will the sanction be like. It can be a prison sentence, they can be released prematurely, but it's very important to impose a restraining order because you never know what will happen later. The situation will not end with a final sentence. I think these measures, such as a restraining order, are even more important. And at the annual level, they should publish the number of sentences in the cases of journalists. What were the sanctions? I'm saying this because by publishing such data, I mean, the information can be anonymized, of course, and this influences the public awareness. What kind of sentences were imposed? Yes, the law should be also preventive. and not just punitive.
English, and instead of my conclusion, I'm gonna pass it on to Ms. Schrader, because we got really gloomy, pessimistic messages here. But what are the good practices that should be followed? What is let's end with some good note for the young students asking the same question. Let's have that for the ending, please, instead of conclusion.
Well, first of all, also regarding the question, I just wanted to stress again, which Ambassador Bratu said this morning, the old-fashioned word solidarity is still very important. Journalists have to work together, and very often the response is journalism. And here I also refer to international investigative journalism networks. We are losing them as well. We know these autocratic leaders don't like them, so they, with foreign agency laws and others, they're trying to get rid of Bern and all other kinds of stuff, but they are utterly important. And what we hear also when we are asked how can we get von der Leyen to realize that Serbia is a security issue and very important, that Turkey, we cannot just deal with Erdogan as any other leader, it's media. She is listening and looking at media. So we have to improve the international work and also coverage of this situation. This is one thing I wanted to say. The second is the EU just adopted the European Media Freedom Act, which is for the first time a legislation dealing with capture, dealing with the problem when it comes to political mingling, when it comes to editorial independence, and I can talk and on that. They have to be transposed by August 8th this year, and we are following it very closely. And I know this is only the EU at the moment, but in theory, applicant countries should deal with that also when it comes to following the acquis. So this is a very important tools we have. Talking about good practice, actually, you may know about the Journalism Matter campaign of the Council of Europe, where they, having seen all the situations where they really thought, what can we do? Because journalism matters. And they put some pressure on member states to get national focus points, to have some good practice like better coordination like we have in Italy, but also the Netherlands, persveilig, which is something which is used very often. It's a very good center where the police, the law enforcement, and the journalist unions work together to have a rapid response system, to help journalists on all kinds of levels. Now they realize because of the female online harassment and other harassment, they also have a woman there. And the several countries have already imitated that. Not all with success, because it's not enough on paper. For example, Croatia did a sort of Croatian persveilig, but unfortunately the political will is not there. And that's, of course, the problem that we still have. But we have several countries who are doing more training, like in Germany, with the police, with law enforcement, that showed also, yes, journalists should not be treated like anybody else. They have the right, they must have access to demonstrations. They must have access to official documents. It's something we have been asking for 30 years ago, and now it's becoming more important again. Without access to information, you cannot do decent journalism. And in some member states, at least, there is a shift, because there is also a fear and a recognition what actually it means. And the fear comes from disinformation, because disinformation destroys everything. We know that. And it has an incredible impact on security and on democracy. And some smarter governments or politicians realize that now and are also thinking on what to do for journalism, including the European Commission. And this is my last word. There is now this European democracy shield out there, and we just finished our consultation. I don't like the word shield. It sounds very defensive and passive, but within there, we are really trying to put pressure on accepting that journalism, public interest journalism, is a crucial pillar for democracy and for security, and we need to invest. We lost US aid, so we lost a lot of money, and some the European Commission also realized is taking, but it's not enough to have Voice of Europe at a short-term contract. We really have to invest long-term, and we will discuss that here as well. So it's not all bad, but we have to continue working on it and collaborate.
And with that, we're going to finish. This is a topic of utmost importance, so I think they're going to forgive us for being horribly out of our timeline. But I think we learned, at least for me, and I hope the audience did, I learned a lot of useful information, and hopefully we can all work together to improve the situation. Thank you all very much for coming to Sarajevo and being the panelists, and the audience, thank you so much for being with us for all this hour or so. Doesn't matter how much we liked it. You can find us all, I think, online for additional questions if we didn't cover something. Thank you all very much. And the next plenary, I'm sorry, it's a legal and regulatory trends shaping media freedom and viability. They're waiting for us to finish to come in, so that's the next panel. And I think you're going to enjoy that one as well. Thank you.
I kindly ask the panelists for the next session to come aboard. No?
Looks like the foreign agents. Hello? Nice meeting you. Alexander, we have this Zoom meeting, I think, previous. Yes, unfortunately I couldn't join because I was on a criminal defamation. Yes. Only three of us. Yeah.
Originally was high. Originally it was 4.
No, 3 from Friday.
4 together with you. So
It depends how you count.
how you count?
So please take your seats so you will replace the
Whatever position. You moderate from this position.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let me begin plenary number 2, as was announced already, and some of the legal issues have already been discussed in the morning, but now is the time to focus on particular problems and particular legal developments and answer particular or more general legal questions. So we have therefore we have a great panel for you, composed by the Office of the OSCE Representative on Freedom of the Media. And my name is Andrei Richter. I'm professor at the School of Journalism, Department of Journalism at the Communist University in Bratislava in Slovakia, which is not a Balkan country, I should notice. We will focus on specific legal issues, and you might have guessed what are the issues from the composition of the panel. But because enabling environment for media freedom is definitely based also, maybe from the beginning, on the legal foundations, we will look into the way legal foundations enable indeed, if they do, freedom of journalists and freedom of the media. We will look with a specifically at foreign funding and foreign agent regulation in the OSCE region, as well as SLAPs, and those two important issues. And you might have noticed that, for example, foreign agent legislation in Republika Srpska in Bosnia and Herzegovina was mentioned in the press release on the visit of the representative on freedom of the media to Bosnia and Herzegovina, which ended yesterday. So that's another point on the importance of the matter. But let's see how it goes. We are dramatically late for the lunch, but the lunch will be still served, so don't worry about that. I also feel hungry. So just be a little bit patient and try to, if you have questions, try to make them precise and to the point. As I said, the panel that we compiled sort of responses to the general idea of the panel itself, and the speakers will talk one after another as listed in the agenda. The first speaker is Alexander Trifunovic from Banja Luka. He is editor-in-chief of Buka Media Project, Buka portal, which was organized by the NGO civil society organization that he founded and directs since 2000, if I'm not mistaken. Yes. And you can read his biography, of course, as anybody else's biography, but I was also impressed that he is a passionate baker, and which gives another impetus to our session before lunch. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Ja ću govoriti na našem jeziku, čisto da možete uzeti slušalice.
I will speak in local language, so please take the earsets if you need those. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to talk. This is very important at this specific time that Bosnia and Herzegovina is, or the situation that Bosnia and Herzegovina is, and the whole region. It is so important to talk about media and especially to talk about this topic, the topic of this panel, the foreign agents, the slaps, the defamation criminalization. There are so many obstacles placed before the journalists, and I'm here talking about the true journalists, professionals. For those of you who are not coming from Bosnia and Herzegovina, I need to explain in my introduction, I need to talk about one slap case. One controversial businessman was accused of trafficking, and at the court he was asked by a woman whose sister is a victim of trafficking. She came and asked, "Do you know where my sister is?" And the sister was sold to Italy. And he took the photo and slapped the woman. She fell immediately on the floor. When the court was adjudicating in this case, he said, "Mr. Judge, I'm sorry for doing this, but I thought she was a journalist." So, the fact that he thought she was a journalist was supposed to be mitigating circumstance. Just 3 months ago, in front of the National Assembly of Republika Srpska that adopted or had a proposal of some of the most rigid laws on media. There was a huge gathering, and Milorad Dodik called my name, my portal, BN Television, Capital Portal. He addressed us as those ruining Republika Srpska. And he said, "I'm not going to deal with them. I'm inviting the people of Republika Srpska to deal with them." So that all happened in front of the building of a National Assembly that is supposed to protect the people of this entity. It's actually protecting the leader of the entity only. In the past few years, we have had continuous pressure on journalists and media in general. When you in Bosnia and Herzegovina have a problem as a journalist, you only have it because you are writing about the truth. And then you have to explain yourself to public, to politicians, and before the court, you have to explain the truth. And even the truth can be treated as defamation, depending on the subject that you are writing about or the person you are writing about. The reason why am I here and that I'm still a journalist is because there is a group of people, only few of us, that still want to be journalists. But there will be less and less reasons, motives, and support to being a journalist. Based on this personal motivation that we have, and based on the fact that this is the only reason we are doing this job, I think this pool of journalists is going to reduce significantly. We cannot feel safe in a situation where the leader, the most powerful person in Bosnia and Herzegovina, is inviting people to adjudicate you. Today at this panel, we are supposed to talk about legal and regulatory trends. There is no regulation, there is no law. The law here is used to support the regime and the worst possible decisions that are threatening to eliminate the existence of media. Because in reality, if all these laws are adopted, we will simply have to close down all of our media outlets. So, I believe that we need to create elementary conditions for our operation and then to talk about some better conditions. I mean, the leader of the government of Bosnia and Herzegovina sued us because we published the information about his apartment in Vienna, that he did not actually provide any proof how he got this apartment, how he paid for this apartment. And the whole party was behind him, the whole government was behind him, and we were left alone. And I think this is one issue that we should talk about. The previous panel was a bit long, so I don't want to make this one long as well, so I will stop here.
Thank you for your comments, and I would like to give the floor to Nina Hiladze, who is Development Director of Talk TV, and she has a degree from King's College in Strategic Communications in London, but we get her here to talk not only about disinformation regulation, but as a media expert in general. And I should also note that, judging from her biography, Nina also has worked a lot as in TV journalism and has extended experience in that. Nina comes from Tbilisi, Georgia, although originally you are from Batumi, I guess?
Right.
All right. So we have some South Caucasian flavor here, and I give you the floor.
Thank you so much for a wonderful introduction. Good evening, everybody. It's a really honor to be here and to have a chance to talk on behalf of the part of the Georgian media outlets, because we are really going through the very difficult times. And thanks OSCE to have to give this chance to. I'm sure you are aware of what is going on in our country, but I will try to bring more specific examples from the ground. As you know, I'm representing Talk TV, the small media outlet which is based on the high ethical standards and doing the, in my opinion, very important quality of journalism for the local society. But before that, I would like to highlight that it is very important for me to talk today, because specifically today and for more than 4 months, the Georgian very independent and distinguished journalist Zia Maglobeli is imprisoned because of the high quality and good journalism she has been doing starting from 2001. So this is very first case after the bringing back our independence from the Soviet times. And I would like to stress and ask for your attention to this case, because this is very visible. It makes very visible what kind of the intentions, the laws, the Georgian Dream lately introduced to our society and our community, what is their real intentions. So for the, about the laws, I have some notes here, because lately the Georgian Dream, our governing party, became very creative in a very short amount of time. For instance, the first law is the Foreign Agents Law, but this is not the new one. This Foreign Agents Law has started from 2024, before the parliamentary elections, and it was aiming at any independent media outlet or NGO which has more than 20% of income from abroad has to had registered as a foreign agent. And as I mentioned, we, the local community and independent media outlets, are doing the local and very important job for our society, not somebody's, I don't know, dictatorship on something. So it was something about the reputation. Then the Georgian Dream introduced a new law, it is the grants law. With this law, the government seeks to control all financial flows the independent media organizations and non-profits are having, and not only the control, but at the same time to put the veto if they don't like the activities we are going to implement with this money. Third law is the broadcasting law and amendments the Georgian Dream introduced lately, a few months ago, and it is directly targeting broadcasters like us, because we will be censored and monitored for their content, and not only, these amendments also are aiming to restrict from funds us and is including the social advertisement. And the most important law we are facing now, and actually in a few days it will start operations, is the so-called FARA, and this is another foreign agent law. That's why I asked for your attention in the beginning. So for this moment we actually have 2 foreign agents registry, and the purpose of this FARA law is the criminal liability for the individuals as the organizations as well. So for this moment, we're targeted by 4 laws, the independent media and CSOs in Georgia. And this shows very obviously that in very limited amount of time, the democratic country as Georgia used to be considered, how can transformed in very short amount of time into the authoritarianism using this terrible law, which makes us think what we are going to do in the future. Are we going to continue our work from exile, or are we going to change the field and stop doing the journalism? This is the question lately very actively discussed among the Georgian journalists and CSOs. As for Talk TV, we decided to stay in the country and continue doing journalism until it's possible, after the very intensive communication and consultations with the lawyers, with our founder, and our organization is also funded by the NGO. We decided to have complex and strategic response, and what does it mean? In terms of the response, we, with the several NGO and media organizations, challenged the first foreign agent law. And now this is already the subject to be discussed in the European Court. Secondly, CSOs continue this path, CSOs and media organizations, and challenged FARA as well. So it is now discussed, it will be hopefully discussed in the Constitutional Court of Georgia. And third, we did some organizational changes inside of our entity. There are some room still left for the online media, so we are trying to switch to online. But in general, the created environment put us into the position when we decided to be more creative, more flexible, and we're asking to our partners to be more creative and more flexible and to have more complex response to created environment. Today I have heard a lot of examples from the Baltic countries, but there was not any mention of the Georgia, and there was talk about the Turkey as well. For us it is very important to make you heard that it is a very dramatic environment created in Georgia today, and your attention, international society's attention to our case, and not case, single case, but the general environment is very important. Not because you care, I'm sure you care about Georgia, but you care about yourself as well. Because this environment and these targeted operations against the independent journalism in Georgia is not isolated, and this model could be duplicated to any of your countries in the very nearest future, unfortunately. And we see the dramatic changes in Balkan countries, in other STAN countries as well. So I would wrap up here just to ask to pay more attention to fight before it has any power to bring changes, and the threat is closer than it appears in the mirror and in the reports, and threat to the democracy and independent society is really, really very much very close. An example of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Nina, and I give the floor to the second Alexander. We have two Alexanders here, just spelled differently. Alexander Kashumov is from Sofia, Bulgaria, and he is not just a human rights lawyer, he is director of the Access to Information program in Bulgaria, and as a lawyer he litigated, as his biography says, hundreds of cases related to freedom of expression, of access to information, and related human rights. He is also, which was important at least to me, he was a former chair and currently a member of the Ethics Commission of Journalists in Bulgaria. Alexander, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Andrei, for this introduction, and thanks very much to the organizations, to the organizers for inviting me here. I was also a bit involved in the work around the Safety of Journalism Toolbox prepared by OSCE, and I would like to recommend it very much to all of you. It's accessible via internet and could be a useful source. Well, based on my 25 years of experience, I will try to be very practical and speak of cases. What is going on, what are the lessons, what are the challenges, and what are the potential solutions. First of all, criminal defamation still exists in, well, my work is limited to Bulgaria, but I'm also litigating a bit in the European Court of Human Rights. So the last case, Bosev versus Bulgaria, showed that criminal defamation, although very rarely used in Bulgaria today, we don't have journalists in prison, fortunately, but still could be very big potential for painful consequences, because Mr. Bosev was one of the best investigative journalists in Bulgaria, working for Capital newsletter. He exposed a guy who got a high position in Bulgarian politics and institutional environment, actually more than one position, as potentially allegedly linked with mafia, strange businesses, big international cases. And as a result, he was convicted. But the particular reason for confirming this criminal conviction was the fact that the president, the chairing judge in the last court instance panel, was herself a former subject of critical articles by Mr. Bosev. She refused to withdraw from the case, publicly stating that she did not read those articles. And in the end, she convicted Bosev with just 500 euros, but this is one of the examples where we do see in the previous panel, there was also some examples about that this kind of litigation actually destroys journalists, because this could have effect of psychological effect, attacking the international reputation of someone who works with other colleagues, and it's really very, very dramatic. So fortunately, we won that case after so many years, but Mr. Bosev is not anymore an investigative journalist in Bulgaria. Civil defamation becomes a growing problem because of several things. I would say that in the last 2 years we do have 2 cases of very big companies, one of them even state-owned, who work with millions and even billions of euros, and who easily can sue everybody who would like to speak about their appearance in the public, about their linkages and so on. In one case is still ongoing. It's a $500,000 claim against a small media outlet just because of the fact that this outlet, Media Pool, published a small article quotating the Minister of Finance saying publicly during the government meeting that this company made troubles with the green card system, which could affect the Bulgarian application to the Eurozone. This was recorded in the minutes of the government meeting, which, because of the AIP, my organization efforts, have been published for a long time, since 2009 or 10. So it was a quotation from the website. But still, they got €500,000 case. And we won, of course, in the first instance, but they're still stubborn. They continued with the second instance. We won the second instance. We will see what's going on next. Fortunately, the state-owned company, after a big campaign of Access to Information Program and the Association of European Journalists in Bulgaria, they dropped the case, which is also very important because we're here not just to talk about problems, but also to talk about solutions. Partnership and coalitions, not formal, but even informal, up to the point, up to the concrete problem, could be very important. By the way, the Association of European Journalists in Bulgaria also started a crowdfunding campaign in order to support important anti-SLAPP cases, the defense of journalists in Bulgaria. Then, another problem which is arising is the claim of companies who are just legal persons. These are legal constructions. But more and more they try to claim moral damages, not real damages, but moral damages. So the Supreme Court in Bulgaria recently gathered together to decide whether this kind of damages, moral damages, could be and should be awarded to companies. So we applied to deliver our position on the case, and AIP, together with the Association of European Journalists, we went to the courtroom and we expressed our views that if that decision is taken, then the door for SLAPPs taken by big companies is open. But not only. Every ministry, every municipality, every public body is a legal person. Can you imagine that from the taxpayers' money, lawyers and court fees will be paid just to slap journalists and civil activists? Of course, we also have the case of judges starting slaps against journalists. We already heard from the previous panel about such practices in the region too. Local journalists are particularly vulnerable, of course. Currently, we have one local journalist. She's litigating on access to documents against a mayor, a local mayor. The mayor is not just denying access to information. He's attacking her verbally through the media, which is not SLAPP, but also he's threatening with the SLAPP case, which is already SLAPP. I'm moving to other resources, other sources of SLAPPs, because we often understand, and the European Commission understands SLAPPs as civil defamation. Unfortunately, it's not just that. it's a lot of other categories of abusive actions, such like based on GDPR, the right to be forgotten, names of politicians and of issues appearing on articles or publications are a basis of slaps. About the Foreign Agents Act, there are persistent attempts to introduce it in Bulgaria, which are unsuccessful. However, now the political majority in Bulgaria has taken a new idea to develop a lobbyism act, which is more or less the same, because they're not trying to register meetings of civil servants and contacts of civil servants with other players, but they're trying to register NGOs and other civil society actors. About the legal framework, of course, it's very important. We have the Media Freedom Act, as Renata Schroeder mentioned. We have the Anti-SLAPP Directive of the EU. We have the Council of Europe recommendation and the recommendation of the European Commission. But it will be very important to see how the measures start to be implemented. I will stop here because it will be much more interesting to have the discussion. Thank you.
All right, excellent. Before I put my questions to all of you about our recommendations to all of us on what is to be done from the legal viewpoint in the future, are there any immediate questions to the panel? Then I will start in the reverse order, and Alexander Kashumov. First of all, I didn't understand if the Supreme Court made a decision on the moral damages of legal entities.
Not yet. Not yet. I've heard that it will go out in the future days with that, and I will definitely keep you all informed, because this will be a growing risk for a broader range of countries.
That's a very important issue, and I wonder whether it is a similar problem in the countries which are represented here. I know that Supreme Courts in some other Eastern European countries, Central European countries, already acted on such issues, and there is a very notorious decision of the European Court on Human Rights on moral damages of legal authorities, for legal entities, and unfortunately it's often quoted by national courts in this regard. My question is to you, actually, Alexander. It's not about the Supreme Court decision, but you mentioned in the end the European Media Freedom Act, and Bulgaria is a country of the European Union. And it's not only Renata Schroeder, but many experts agree that the developments with the adoption and the implementation of the European Media Freedom Act might change for the better the legal situation in Europe. Is Bulgaria ready for the European Media Freedom Act?
Not at all. Not at all. Well, even the easier thing, the Anti-SLAPP Directive, which could be easily introduced, is not. I was part of the working group in the Ministry of Justice working on the Anti-SLAPP Directive transposition. We are ready with the text since February, March last year, but no one pushes this draft ahead. As we talk about the Media Freedom Act, which is a broader document and instrument, the things are even less optimistic, because there is a very specific thing in the Bulgarian context. We have never had a press act. So we have a Broadcast Media Act. We have some provisions about the press and online media in some kind of libraries and whatever act. So there is not a body which is observing everything and exercising oversight. And there is an endless internal discussion between the regulatory body of the broadcast media, Ministry of Culture, which is responsible for the print media, and some other, well, I'm still a member of the Press Council, which is a voluntary body. we don't have any support there, and no one seriously discusses. The press council is being part of the. So the pure question is that it is not clear who will be in charge.
But as a self-regulatory body, you're also a very important instrument to promote it, and such bodies are mentioned everywhere, and you should be more proactive. I would encourage you. And 8th of August is very close.
Thank you. I'm taking this because our press council is very active and delivering quite good decisions. This is one of the things that couldn't be worsened in Bulgaria. I don't know why.
All right. I should, before I raise the next question, I should say that in his first and latest report to the OSCE Permanent Council, the representative on freedom of the media mentioned actually two entities represented here. They are Georgia and Republika Srpska in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And also in the context of foreign agent legislation. So my question to Nina first is, Georgian authorities claim that their foreign agent law is basically word-for-word translation of FARA Act, Foreign Agent Regulation Registration Act of the United States of America. So are you actually really between Putin and Trump in this sense in relation to foreign agent regulation? Because the first law was always called Russian law. So the second one is basically US law translated into Georgian. So what's the real state of affairs and how dangerous the situation is? You started to talking about, but maybe a few more details.
More than it, I would add that the Georgian dream is telling that the broadcasting amendments is the translation of the British legislation. So we have according to the Georgian dream, large scale of the international laws translated to Georgia, but in fact, none of them are the British and none of them are American. As you fairly mentioned, that in the beginning, in 2023, the Georgian civil society and the media labeled the foreign agents law as the Russian law, because the intention and the goal of this law was and is Russian idea, censoring and closing and killing independent thoughts and independent words. So no, we are not among Trump and Putin, and if we will not bring the USAID in closure, because as you might be aware, that many of the independent, many independent organizations were depending on support of USAID, and they were contributing goods to the society, not to USA, to the Georgian society. Actually, the Americans' taxpayers' money were spent for the Georgian taxpayers' good. So just in short, no, we are not among. We are facing and very much worried that we are directly moving forward to Russia, and that's why we're seeking to your support and everybody's support to stop this terrible path and bring back our democracy, because as it was told here that there were several students here in the room, the student movement in Georgia is also very important. This non-stop protest starting from the end of November is really relying mostly on the students. So thanks to the Georgian students as well.
Yeah, there should be an association between Belgrade students and Tbilisi students at some point, yeah. But I mean, coming back to my precise question, is it, I don't speak Georgian, but is it really a word-for-word translation of FARA?
Of course not.
Okay, thank you. And Alexander Trofinovich, the question, you didn't mention, I think, in your presentation, the foreign agent law in Republika Srpska. How dangerous is it? And I understand that so far there is no practice of implementing the law in cases. but there was a lot of discussion on the law. What is your opinion on the problems with it?
Be it symbolic or not, today in Sarajevo, since there was an application against this law, and when the sentence in the case against Milorad Dodik was imposed, he immediately announced this law. This tells us what he thinks about the civil society and NGOs and the media. He sees them as his primary enemies. This was the first thing he announced. However, this has lasted for 3 or 4 years. And this whole idea that there are some foreign agents working against Republika Srpska, that they are paid to undermine our society, this very idea is enough. And there is a big problem because many NGOs have given up. They have suspended their missions, and those that are the loudest face many problems. And the implementation of the law is a pure routine. The law already generated consequences, just like the law on criminal defamation. And now we are in a situation where we have to keep explaining to people, if you want, although I don't do it, our articles are the best defense of our mission. We are constantly trying to deconstruct a system which has caused incredible damage for the people in this country. And my colleagues live in countries that have more or less similar repression, but there is this internal repression and 3 different kinds of nationalism in Bosnia and Herzegovina that keep feeding each other. And this is an additional burden on journalists. They don't have a unified and solidary position, which makes them an easy target. This is why it's easy to threaten journalists with impunity. It's because our group has nothing else but our words. When you mention options, there are only 2 options, either to give up or not to give up. I chose not to give up. And I'm not here to complain about this choice of mine, because giving up bears certain consequences. It's very important for our society to realize that when they shut down these small voices talking about how they steal our money, how they destroy our nature, and how some people become rich overnight, when we offer such arguments and report on this, these are the final traces of freedom. Once they prohibit us from doing this, this will be the end. I will lose nothing if I give up. So I think not giving up is the only option, actually.
Thank you very much. I didn't understand most of what you said, unfortunately, like Nina as well. 2 days ago, the Ukrainian president joked at the press conference with the German chancellor, German technology. They had also a problem with the translation. But I got the general idea. Any questions from the floor, please?
Everybody are hungry.
Everybody's hungry. I feel my stomach as well. But I will not let you go before you say a few words about possible recommendations. And if I may, I will start from this end. Nina.
Okay, I will keep it short. I thought about the recommendations because previously we had the pre-meeting where we discussed what we want to leave beside the concerns. So one, what would be very important is the publicly and continuously denounce criminalization of the media through FARA-style laws, and don't wait for the actual implementation. This is very important. Second, for the international societies, probably will be very important to provide support for strategic litigation at the national and international level, especially through the ECHR, because most of the cases will end up there, I assume. At the same time, the very emergency legal and financial support, until it is possible to accept, because for instance in Georgia, in a few days it will be impossible to accept any foreign aid. So until it's possible somewhere, it's important to provide it. And for the community, for the media community and the NGO community, I would say that stick together, solidarity and strengthening each other, not leaving the small organizations or individuals behind, because the very important example of the solidarity is the so-called Russian law. We labeled it in 2023, is how we celebrated the first phase of this battle when this Russian law was withdrawn by the government. Unfortunately, it was reintroduced, but staying together is creating very important power among the sector, which sometimes could lead to be winner. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Nina. Alexander? Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you. Just to build on that, because I completely agree, I do think that what is very important is that more and more we understand that freedom of expression and civil participation go together. So we should fight both to strengthen the legal framework that regulates all these defamation and other cases which are used as tools to attack independent journalism and civic voices, and also be very careful and monitor and try to stop or repeal, in your case, pieces of legislation that discourage public participation. I think that civil society, all of us should constantly and increasingly press and exercise pressure on public bodies. The EU framework is very important both to country members but also to countries which are on the list of candidateship, because this is a standard that could be and should be used to make politicians and public bodies accountable and to do their job. And third, but not last, civil society, very often, and this is normal because it is free, we are all composed of freedom inside us. That's why we are very often individualistic. Good journalists in my life, I know much more journalists than lawyers, are usually individualists. Some of the good leaders are also individualists, lawyers as well. But we need to shake hands when we have common mission and common purposes. We need to make partnerships to help each other, to do campaigns against some bad cases, for some good developments, for attracting funding for important things. So we need to do that. We need events like this, but we also need a consistent forum of meetings and experience exchange in order to strengthen our democracies in times where overall democracy on the globe is under threat.
Thank you. Alexander the first.
Things are very simple. This is our country, and the fact that the government has alienated itself from us and they are trying to capture this country is the reason for us to keep fighting for it. I think the biggest threat is that they may present this as our personal battles against them, that we personally have problems with them. No, it's the contrary. We talk on behalf of those who are silent, who are not brave enough, who have no way to speak up. And it's very important to share this battle. When it comes to Bosnia and Herzegovina, our public will have to find a way. We will have to find a way to help both the civil sector and the media, because no one else will. International organizations have been leaving for years, and this departure has become rapid, and small agencies are shutting down. It will be very difficult to retain quality people in this branch. So in order to keep this small amount of freedom and democracy, the free media and civil sector are the last line of defense. If they fall, everything will be lost. It will be easy for me to look at myself in the mirror, but will the society benefit from it? I don't think so. So, to conclude, individuals from this society will have to join us in this battle, be it through indirect or direct support, much bigger than it has been the case so far.
Okay, no, it's too early to applaud. What I would like to say is that you don't see it, but I see it, that in the front row, the representative on freedom of the media was taking notes on the recommendations non-stop, and it's a very encouraging action in itself. I would also add to the recommendations what was already said by Renata Schroeder in the previous session, that European Media Freedom Act is and also mentioned today in our panel, that European Media Freedom Act is definitely a major milestone on media freedom, not only in the European Union, not only in the candidate countries, but also as a model for free media elsewhere. And therefore, I urge everybody who hasn't read it, find it, it is already in several languages, find it and read it, because that's a good platform. I would say, as a media scholar, that's a good media theory on advancing media freedom, and I wish it is supported by the civil society, the journalists everywhere in the OSCE region. In the end, I would like to say that I'm happy to moderate the session on legal developments. I did it also in 2019 at the previous conference in Sarajevo of the OSCE, and I'm very much thankful to the participants and to everybody present here. The most important part of the session is to announce that the lunch is still warm and it is served on the second floor. Enjoy the lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me well? So welcome to this afternoon plenary session titled Rethinking the Economics of Public Interest Media in the Era of Big Tech and AI. I'm Emma Gruden. I'm a policy officer at the Forum on Information and Democracy. We're an NGO based in Paris. And I have the pleasure of moderating this discussion on one of the most urgent issues facing public journalism today, which essentially comes down to how do we maintain a sustainable news media market in the face of increasing dominance and dependence on global digital platforms. Public interest journalism has had to navigate the rise of Gen AI most recently, but also the monopolistic dominance of big tech platforms, the collapse of its traditional advertising business model, which funded its sector for decades, and also correlated to this, the erosion of public trust. This has been recently illustrated by the Reporters Without Borders World Press Freedom Index that lists which economic indicator hit its lowest point ever in 2025. And I think it's not an exaggeration to say that public interest media is facing an existential crisis. Media companies in the region in Southeast Europe are facing many of the same economic and sustainability challenges faced by colleagues around the world. We know local and regional newspapers are particularly struggling compared to maybe national media, but especially compared to global respected outlets that have potentially more reach and can attract more advertising because of brand recognition. But with challenges come solutions, and in this panel, we will explore these issues through pragmatic answers. We'll discuss sustainable business strategies, innovation models, regulatory framework and policy interventions needed, and also through a regional perspective. And for this discussion, I'm not alone, thankfully. I'm joined by three experts working on these very concrete issues. To my right, first we have Zako Sapé-Triomphe, Innovation Strategy Advisor for Libération. Then we have Tanya Maxish, Program Coordinator at BIRN, Balkan Investigation Reporting Network in Serbia. And Ryan Powell, Head of Innovation and Media Business at IPIE. So maybe I can just give you the floor and you can explain in 2 sentences what you do, what your work focuses on, because I think you all bring a very interesting and complementary perspective to this discussion. So over to you, Zako.
Thank you, and I'm very happy to be here discussing this very important matter. I work at Libération as an engineer, and I try to advise the head of the newsroom and the tech team on technical implementation of innovation, which consists of both trying to think ahead of what innovations might do to the business model of the newsroom, and also actually building and coding new tools, but we're going to talk about that. Yeah.
Well, hello everyone. And thanks for coming back after the lunch. My name is Tanya. I work for Balkan Investigative Reporting Network. I'm based in Serbia. Our organization is primarily working in support of investigative journalism. So we have our local hardcore investigative journalism portal, and I work at the department that is supposed to support its work through research and policy. So my focus is a little bit more on media system in Serbia and how it can be better. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction, Emma, and for the invitation, OSCE. So I work at the International Press Institute, where I run our innovation department. In this department, we really design solutions and strategies with independent publishers around the world to respond to some of the market failures and challenges that we'll discuss on today's panel and at the rest of the conference. To do this, we design 8-month-long interventions that work directly with publishers in different parts of the world, which includes funding, training, direct advisory, where we help them really build solutions and responses to questions about reach, distribution, revenue generation, and making sure that their organizations, be the smaller investigative media outlets to established organizations navigating the digital transformation, really build and design a strategy for the future, something that can navigate the very challenging ecosystem in which this sector is operating right now.
Thank you, Ryan, and welcome to all three of you. So maybe let's just start the discussion right away and focus on the existing landscape of media economics to set the scene. We know journalism today is already heavily dependent on big tech platforms, such as Google and Meta, which have a central position in the way news is distributed. Those big tech platforms are also gatekeepers between the media and their audiences, but also the media and advertisers, which has caused a significant loss of revenue for the media sector. And new players like OpenAI are now changing the game again and revolutionizing the way we create and see content. Nowadays, we can just ask an AI chatbot about the latest news and information, and they give us answers on the spot without us having to actually visit the news site. So this causes less visibility, of course, for the media, but also causes a loss of revenue because it's less advertising. It also causes challenges in terms of confidence in the media when we see those chatbots that hallucinate information and attribute wrong information to respected outlets, such as we've seen with the BBC and Apple AI case. So maybe I start with you, Ryan. Can you tell us financially and editorially speaking, what are the consequences of this dependency on platforms by the media?
Absolutely, and maybe just to set the scene, so especially in Southeast Europe, the media market in which any organization is operating in is dealing already in a tough circumstance to operate, to distribute, to monetize independently and successfully. The average percent of adults subscribing to newsrooms or paying for news is less than 5% in the region. And there's an abundance of especially free content that makes the value proposition of an especially independent newsroom very, very tough to compete with unless they themselves are grant funded. But we realize, especially in the aftermath of January and the significant reductions in development assistance, that donor-dependent models are also deeply challenged. But specific to big tech and the financial implications of these dependencies, one of the really important phenomenon is simply the risk of closure. Big tech algorithms in particular can, even minor changes in the way that they prioritize content can drive, entire traffic sources away from news publishers. In the last year, this has led to the closure, for example, in Turkey, of two of its most prominent independent media publications, Gazete Duvar and Arte Gerçek. That, of course, then has the subsequent impact of creating and generating news deserts, right? These two organizations are not alone. The challenge is also focused on distribution, so the visibility of news. How are they prioritizing content? Are they hosting news media on Google News, for example, on the equivalent for Meta? And then you'd have to just look at AI for 2 seconds and realize the lack of visibility of quality published content. Oftentimes, you still have to ask for the sources, which is something that usual average users will not do. And I think one more element to this, and this is the last sort of point I'll talk about, is the fact that dependence on platforms, almost sacrifices the ability to directly communicate with your audiences. So they do play the role of the intermediary of your relationship as a publisher with the audience. That significantly reduces your ability to collect information on them, to build direct relations, to communicate with them. Of course, there are Facebook groups, there are WhatsApp channels, there are many different ways to potentially build light touch relationships, but those more significant quality relationships are a lot harder to build. And it's in Facebook and Meta and other platforms' interest to make sure that they're owning those relationships. And we'll talk more about the pros and cons of closed versus open and portable audiences and different systems. But I think that's something that can't go without mention. This lack of the risk of not being able to host those direct relationships when we know that reader revenue is super important going forward as a revenue stream, and your relationships with audiences can be very valuable and monetizable.
Thank you. And Tanya, can you tell us a bit more on how the media is actually affected in the region?
Well, I can totally back up what Ryan just said and maybe paint a picture a little bit more how it looks like on the ground. So basically, in this part of the world, big tech platforms play, I would say, like a double-edged sword. Our media system, mainstream media system, are very controlled, highly captured, under strict control. So digital environment and platform environment, unfortunately, is the only free space where independent media, investigative journalism, and public interest media can actually find space and find its reader base. Having said that, we are quite aware of the algorithmic environment and all the problem that it comes with. Also, in the nature of media is to go where its audience goes. And the audience in the Balkan countries and its concentration on the social media platforms is really big. For Serbia, just to paint a picture with a few numbers, more than 80% of citizens have some sort of profiles on the social media platforms, and these numbers go even larger than 90% when it comes to younger audiences. So it's quite natural for media to go where their audiences are. Another thing that is highly affecting the publishing cycle in Serbia is that ad services are capturing a very large chunk of advertising revenue. So, for example, in Serbia, advertising market values around 260 million annually. 100 million of that chunk of money is spent on digital, and around 60% of those money actually goes to mostly to Google ad services and Meta advertising service. So it just to explain how financially media are affected. As far as the algorithmic dependency, I would have to say that tabloid media are the ones in the region that crack the code of the algorithm, meaning that they are quite aware that only clickable, unverified content, propaganda, disinformation actually drives traffic. So they're very happy to jump in on that train and provide a very large number of content pieces just to feed the algorithm and feed this non-stop news cycle. One of the biggest media publishers in Serbia, for example, publishes around 300 content pieces per day. So just to give you the idea of the scale, and that content is then multiplied through the social media platforms. As you very well noticed in your introduction, it is very hard for local media to compete with this type of production. And our production, which is like investigative journalism or analytical, usually stays in its own bubble of users, and it's really hard to break through. So as you already mentioned, content moderation issues, gatekeeping issues. So this is something that we really need to challenge quite a lot from our own perspective.
Thank you. And Zako, now after social media, how is Gen AI changing yet again the media business model? I know you work with newsrooms to improve their strategy, so can you tell us more about that?
Absolutely. Actually, Ryan and Tanya perfectly described how the dependency of media on big tech is nothing new and hasn't fundamentally changed. The new actors that we see in the big tech, OpenAI, Anthropic, they've dealt with media the same way that Google and Meta has had in the past years, which is to say they won't recognize the value that they get from media, and they won't negotiate with media on equal basis, which leads media players who want to exist in this environment to be forced to change the way they produce the content to appear in search engines and so on. So right now we are seeing the beginning of the adoption of AI search products, which as you may have used, work as ChatGPT, only that they will search the web to get factual and actualized information. Sometimes referring to the sources, sometimes not. What we can see from the early, and this is early really analysis, is that this kind of search experience will lead to between 100 and 1,000 less referral traffic to news websites, which means that if your website is depending on search traffic to get audience, which is the case, at least I think in France it is between 50 to 80% of traffic that comes from search engines, this share of your audience will virtually vanish. Now, if that is a problem if your economic model, your business model is based on advertisement. Luckily, it's not always the case. But yes, this is a huge shift. Now, there's no way to know how this will evolve. One thing to notice, I think, important is that right now the biggest competitor to Google isn't ChatGPT search. It's more TikTok search. It's the new search habits are more that you will go to Instagram or TikTok to ask a question rather than ChatGPT for now. So that's why I wanted to put these caveats that we don't know if people will actually embrace these products. What we do know is that there are very powerful actors investing billions into product design to make people use it, sometimes without even their knowing that they're using AI. And the second thing I wanted to say is that people using search and AI search engines are still exposed to news content, only that they're not on the news website, but the content itself is still produced by media organizations. So this is where also, from a policy perspective, there needs to be thinking keeping in mind that the previous round of negotiations between medias and Google ended up with Google retributing some money to media who appeared in search results, even though we know that this negotiation didn't go so well, also because publishers did not try to negotiate, to associate for the negotiation.
Thank you. And so there's a very, very valid fear of making journalism invisible in that sense. And in response to these challenges, media organizations have been experimenting with various attempts of new business model innovation and expansion. Ryan, can you tell us, firstly, what do we mean by innovation, and what is IPIE's approach on the matter? And also, is it enough to compensate for the loss of advertising revenue?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the sort of overarching theme of the conference, media viability, creates a really helpful jumping off point for discussing this question. At IPI, we really see, financial viability as a, response to potential pressures from, whether it's legal pressures, which we heard about on the previous panel, other forms of pressures, and it insulates, it's a step towards insulating your organization from, other types of risks and threats. And to do this, we really emphasize through innovation methodology. So as I had mentioned earlier, we work with publishers for just under a year to onboard some of those innovation methodologies, whether it's design thinking, building creative confidence, investing months in market research and user research to better understand the application of the revenue or distribution product that they're developing. But specifically to this question of big tech and whether or not that revenue stream can be replaced, one thing we emphasize right now is the collection of first-party data. So, even if you've never thought about that up until this point, just getting the ball rolling on collecting information, of course under the confines of GDPR, but understanding that, reaching out directly to your users, investing in a customer relationship management system, and doing that in a way that fits the kind of strategic vision for your own organization is of enormous importance. Sometimes this means, segmenting and, understanding the differences between the audiences that you're targeting, and coming up with particular editorial products to serve them. And increasingly, and I know we'll talk more about this later, but ensuring that where you're investing in relationships are platforms that have more portable audiences. So being able to bring your audience from one social media to another. Of course, we'll talk more about the infrastructural challenges there, but there's already alternatives. Use Ghost instead of Substack if you're monetizing a blog or a newsletter. Some of this stuff is early stage, but this is a little bit how IPI approaches this. One of our other strategies is very much building a network. We have over a few hundred people in an innovation network that houses local media and general media innovators from around the world, and that source of solidarity, the ability to ask questions, technical questions, concerns over solidarity, over various issues they might have, can go answered in those environments and bringing them together as much as possible. Yeah.
Thank you. Tanya, can you also cite some examples of innovative approaches that have been used by the Burn Network and the purpose they serve, actually?
Yeah, well, first of all, I have to say that the way I approach innovations is actually how can we create some services or news products that would actually help us stay relevant in this media system. You got the picture, very clearly in the previous panel, so I don't want to go in depth there. So I think that our efforts should actually go in keeping us still reliable, still place for people and other organizations where they can turn to when they need verified, reliable source of information. For my own shoes, that would be like the biggest success that we can produce. Now, economically, I cannot claim that we are super successful, but we try to come up with several different approaches. For example, we try to diversify our revenue streams, meaning that we are applying for various projects to multiple donors, that we are seeking some service contracts that we can monetize some training curricula. For example, the one on AI and journalism that we are now creating, we are hoping that it can be, monetized at some point. We're also trying to come up with cooperations with NGOs, doing like communication component for them. and so on. We are also trying to monetize some of the content that we produce. For example, our office in Kosovo produces the most relevant, I would say, political talk show on the RTK, which is Kosovo Public Service Broadcasters. Balkan Insight, which is news outlet of our umbrella organization, is actually providing the analytical pieces for the international audiences, and they have subscription models and premium content and so on. We are now in negotiations, and I think that we will start in September negotiations with one of the TV stations to produce investigative journalism documentaries, so we can, like monetize some of the, to basically turn our investigative pieces into TV pieces, and so on. Having said this, I have to say a big but, and I have to be quite clear about all the limiting factors. First of all, you are all quite aware that investigative journalism is not commercially viable. I don't see it in any, like, in any near future that it will be that commercially viable, that we are still highly dependent on foreign aid, and just like Ryan mentioned, Freeze of USA Fund and consequent domino effect among donors in the Balkans left huge financial gap, which we still seeing, which we'll still have to find some strategies to answer to. And the other limiting factor is that we are usually producing the content that is highly critical of the current governments. So that means that we are usually not eligible for the state fund that are available. So yeah, we are trying basically to come up with the tactics and strategies to keep our audiences, to broaden them possibly to the younger generations, and to stay relevant and to stay afloat in this very challenging context.
Thank you. And perhaps just another question for you. Is innovation expensive? Because some critics might say that innovation is just a luxury that larger companies with bigger means can afford. Is it also possible for local media?
Yeah, it's not just that. Sometimes it's like expensive in terms of monetary value, but sometimes expensive in terms that you really need to allocate people in your organization to actually deal with new products, new services, new strategies, and so on, meaning that you need to invest their time, their resources to increase their knowledge base and so on. So it's not usually or not always just about the money, but all the other resources that we are already stretching thin. Yeah.
Moving on to you, Zako. Now that the use of Gen AI has made its way to the newsrooms, and where is the state of innovation now? How can AI support media innovation, and which tools in your work has proven effective and has been accepted and is commonly used now, for example, at Libération, and what are the limitations?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I think that because we're talking about innovation in different senses, meanings, sorry, in this conversation, there's innovation in the sense of, in the meaning of business models, and then I think what your question is referring to is more technological innovation. And well, first of all, I think that we are currently at a place where tech innovation in media is quite fascinating, because it's really creative, really open. I see a lot of newsrooms across the world, small and big, using AI possibilities to do really fascinating stuff. And I would say that it actually addresses many different use cases, which I would divide between building products, building analysis tools, changing workflows, and investigations. And I think what we're discussing now and what people have most in mind is actually new products built on AI, and this is true that many organizations have tried to address that. I find it quite interesting that none have found like a silver bullet, like something that really is the go-to in terms of how people will start to consume information. I think every geography, every vertical, sports, lifestyle, economics, and so on, have different needs and thus different products that they will build, from recommendation engines to chatbots to content transformation, playing an audio version of a text article or video version, and so on. Analysis, I think we'll talk a bit about, because there's this discussion about understanding your audience, and AI tools can be super useful for that. I think better understanding what you produce can be helped by analyzing your articles in terms of representation of men and women, geographies, sentiment, positivity, negativity. And if you link that with the feedback that you get from your audience, you can really better understand what your editorial choices imply in terms of reaching an audience or not. Workflows, I think it's quite straightforward. It's transcription, video editing, even writing assistance, and this is really covered by existing tools. And one thing I wanted to mention is in the realm of investigation, and because Tanya, you mentioned that you're finding different revenue possibilities by building other services. I think AI and more generally data is data management, data processing, data tools, methodologies is a realm where media have a lot to say as professional of information, and in some fields, media actors have found themselves becoming tech companies in a way. Bloomberg is an example. And also media actors have developed tools that make them of public interest, and I'm thinking also of Bellingcat, and so yeah, for investigation, I think is around the most creative and interesting field right now for innovation in media.
Thank you, and we touched upon the need to reach an audience and how maybe we can link it also to the issue of trust. We know this abundance of information distributed through the online platforms has led to information overload and also information disorder with the spread of mis and disinformation. And as a result, and in conjunction with other factors, there has been a decline of trusts and also trends of news avoidance around the globe. Ryan, can you tell us how this decline of trust is connected with the decline in revenue for the media?
Yeah, I think media is, and I think this has been mentioned previously, is a bit in a brand management crisis right now when it comes to maintaining trust in the platforms and arenas in which people are consuming information. One statistic I go back to when I think about this is the simple willingness of consumers around the world to trust creators and even private brands like Nike more than they trust on aggregate news organizations, right? So not that they're producing better quality information or more factual information, but there are really important lessons to draw on, I think, from that realization. What are talk shows? What are podcasts? What are the different formats available out there doing that news media haven't caught up with fast enough? They're built, they're conversational formats. They're engaging with subjects where users are, and again, it's sort of obvious to say that young consumers are most reachable on TikTok and Instagram Reels, etc. But that's also where adults are. I mean, the sort of average consumer in even Southeast Europe receives information from Facebook in large part. So, what are some of those lessons that newsrooms themselves should be investing a lot more in terms of answering? And some of these questions about the kind of creator economy itself. And that doesn't inherently equate to, spewing misinformation or distrust. I think it's fascinating to see even Christiane Amanpour in the last 2 weeks, I believe, launched a new independent podcast, having left, or at least sort of partially left, CNN. She's not alone. There are many organizations or individuals that are moving into the sort of creator economy universe. Of course, it helps that they have the brand recognition to go at this with, but other organizations have started from scratch. Brut, for example, out of France. Spot On, which is a very new news influencer project, which is housed out of France but focuses on developing news creators in India that are focused on politics, and it's an inherently, confrontational approach to the existing information, disrupted information ecosystem. The news movement in the UK is another interest. I mean, again, like, they're not doing hardcore investigations always. Sometimes they are, but it goes a little bit back to this question of how you pay for it, right? How do you afford to both do investigative reporting, fact checking, and then also engaging on new formats and adapting to new formats. And we talked a bit about the innovation strategies, but we're seeing a lot of new ways to especially monetize monetize the content you're creating. Intellectual property is an asset that goes unused in the context of media. Zako was mentioning, briefly as well, this question of data. We've seen, even a Bosnian publisher we've been working with over the last year, they're digitizing their 80-year-old archive right now and turning that into a product that they can sell, that they can bundle into their subscription. I wouldn't assume, based on where you are, that there isn't scope for creativity and investment in alternative strategies, but yeah, that's just a sort of quick answer to that. I mean, also, especially nonprofit media, just to finish on that note, nonprofit investigative media, many in my recent experience are also founding subsidiary for-profit entities like Bellingcat, for example. In the Netherlands, they're using that as an alternative to fund their investigations, right? All of the profit itself, the revenues go back into the journalism by nature of the ownership structure. But it's a way to feed revenue back into some of those investigative products that ultimately, can shape. But it's a complicated puzzle, definitely. Yeah.
So Ryan touched upon it a bit, and you already also mentioned it how to use innovation to better reach your audience. But how, Zako, do you think we should rethink our relationship now with the audience in the age of AI? What is the media's role?
Well, that's a tough question if you take it in the sense of building news products with AI that allow you to reach an audience in a different way. This is often, I think, what people have in mind, personalized content, content that uses the data the news organization has on the user to change its format and to present it in a different way to reach news-avoiding audiences. I think this is a complicated space because the very idea, in my opinion, of a media of public interest is to present to everyone the same information. That is how we build a collective ground for knowledge, a collective vision on the world. So I wouldn't go too much on personalization, but I think on the other way, we mentioned how the audience trusts the news organization. I also think we should ask how much the news organization trusts the audience, in the sense that are they actually building ways to collect feedback from their audience apart from simply clicks and read times and conversion rates, but places where they can actually engage in a discussion. And that's maybe where AI can help, turning these conversations into insights for the newsroom. Basically, AI can help make sense out of a large amount of information, which otherwise would simply be noise. So that's maybe a place where I think AI can help understand and reach an audience. Yeah.
Thank you. So if we think about collaboration, and we've talked this morning about the need for solidarity. It has been emphasized several times. Southeast Europe countries share many linguistic, cultural, historical ties. This can, and all countries are at different stages of EU accession process. This can be a good place and a fertile ground for greater regional collaboration to better support the media development sector and also maybe foster some demands for reforms. In your experience, how has regional coalitions been influential in supporting the media sector? And also, to which extent do you think the EU accession is an opportunity to strengthen media freedom and independency?
Yeah. Well, in this sort of setting, I would have to say that regional coalitions were, I think, in some cases, quite essential as well. That the coalitions that we are building, you know, national within our national states, there is a lot of pathways that we can work together. For example, we at BIR share common editorial standards, although each organization has its own media product, but we share the same editorial standards. We are lately developing our internal AI guidelines that we can then offer to the other colleagues to incorporate in their larger editorial standards. Story syndication, content exchange, this is also very viable pathway for cooperation, reducing costs. Of course, we can all collaborate on joint projects, cross-border projects, projects that are building deeper ties between media and journalistic organization and academia and civil society organization. What is also interesting that I think wasn't explored enough is, and especially in the context of what was Zako explaining, is maybe think about how we can reduce expensing through some sort of shared infrastructure. As you said, we share a lot of commonalities that it would make sense for this type of idea to be further explored. We also, as you heard this morning quite well, provide critical, I think, safety net and the protection when the smear campaigns occur or where there are some safety incidents against journalists. That is on the topic of what we can do collaboratively. On the topic of EU and the accession path, this is, I think, a very important avenue when it comes to particularly when it comes to negotiating better positions with big tech platforms. This is something that I think that we haven't explored enough as possibilities to basically use this EU integration framework and try to negotiate a better position for our media ecosystems. Otherwise, individual countries in the Balkan region are basically invisible for the platforms, and they have no negotiating power whatsoever. We are now, we got the ENFA as a new media freedom framework, which all the countries in the Balkans will have to somehow transpose into its legislation. So this is another chance for us to see where we stand and how successful are we in securing the independence of the media and development of media system. So yeah, there are a lot of opportunities. I think this is one of the key messages that we can send from this panel. Basically, is to really look into these collaboration perspectives in the future, because this is I think the only way that can make us relevant.
So now that we've started this discussion on regulation, maybe let's talk about the role of the state in rebalancing this power asymmetry. the state obviously has a role to play, or has the normative duty to do so. It is also often the only actor that has the power to redress this imbalance between tech companies and the media. And we've seen around the world different trends, different regulatory initiatives that have been tried. Currently, there's no universal solution. We've seen in Australia the pioneering bargaining code and trying to get compensation for news publishers for the use of their content on big tech platforms, but with its limitations. Europe has tried to achieve similar objective, but through copyright. Now we see the policy debate maybe going more towards a more direct source of funding through a digital tax, where you would secure some of that funding, a digital tax on platforms, where you would secure some of that funding and earmark it for specifically public interest journalism. Maybe, Tanya, where do you sit with those policies? What do you think the state should do, and how should it be a combination of measures?
Yeah. In this part of the world, we usually look into state and state institutions to be the guarantee of the rule of law and respect of human rights and media freedoms as well. So for me, it is crucially important that we, especially as a civil society, as a media professional, send a very strong message that we do expect our government and our institutions to act towards securing the environment in which information can flow freely and where media can freely develop. I would also urge that we declare or redeclare journalism as a public good. It goes beyond, like economic success of individual media companies, but as a place where we can really ensure the pluralistic and independent information for benefiting the entire society. And this really, if we set the scene like that, it really makes sense for the institutions to put their resources and funding and to establish legislation that actually supports free and independent media. As far as, I mean, you are all quite aware, I'm not going to go deep into that Balkan countries and Serbia in particular are in a very bad place now, having said all the previous, and we're not a good example in any way how the laws are run and the implementation is something completely different or opposite. But I would insist on several pillars that would be to truly, as I said, create this legal environment that media can work freely, not to put any extra legal requirements that are not necessary. It would be really critical that states provide funding, not just for media production itself, but to support the innovation and experimentation and testing phases and so on, to see what's working, what's not working, because the environment is constantly changing, that as Ryan and Zako very well explained. It is, I think, very important to recognize and support self-regulation. I think media themselves, the good quality media, can really step in here and stand by some of the key professional and ethical principles. And of course, what is quite necessary is that we need full implementation, full and adequate implementation of everything that is set. Yeah.
Thank you. Ran, a digital tax to fund public interest media. Well, do you think this could be a way forward? How would it work? And then there's also the implementation question, which is a different story, but what is your view on this?
Yeah, maybe just to start by kind of for outlining from I think IPI's perspective the two main public policy priorities. One, as Tanya well mentioned, the importance of investing in the skills of media companies themselves to grow revenue and really self-sustain in the context of pretty enormous pressure and market failures. And then the second strategy would really be, market reforms to remove the economic barriers to journalism and ultimately encourage investment. And in order to do that in practice, digital taxes, amongst other potential subsidies, and I would be remiss not to mention the immense value of especially fiscal policy and the income tax write-off that countries like Romania, Hungary, even Slovakia have in place, which if you are a nonprofit media organization, you do qualify for that. Of course, that's under threat right now. But one investigative publisher, recorder, who I'm sure many of you have heard of as a really significant success story, they gross 1.2 million euros annually just through this income tax write. I mean, that's not an insignificant amount of money for a new player in the space. On digital taxes, so this is sort of like a tax on ads, data use, online sales, potentially e-commerce. And really focused on the collection, use, or sale of consumer data. And I think that all right, the coordination challenges would be enormous. Obviously, motivation on a national stage is really important here. In terms of confronting this question, there haven't been a lot of examples. Some of you in the room would know better about specific examples of that working well, or at least analyzing how the negotiations and conversations have evolved. But this could be, if you link as we had mentioned in the first question, this response, what are the financial implications of this big tech dependency? If you link the response we gave there to this question of, okay, how can we hold these tech platforms to account, and who are the most impacted industries, looking at those two organizations I mentioned who had closed down very recently due to algorithm changes, if you can draw those funds to local news especially, and embed with existing initiatives in order to do that, it can have significant unlock. But I mean the motivation to implement something along those lines, knowing well that a lot of these corporations are registered in the United States. There's a general unwillingness to regulate any company, but especially these big technology companies in the United States. So how do you translate that to the rest of the world where these corporations operate? There's probably better people to answer the question about the mechanism to do that, but certainly there would be enormous value add. And yeah, that I think public infrastructure, which we'll, I guess, talk about soon, is a way to do that.
No, definitely. It would require, as we said also this morning, everything requires political will, and there's also, imposing such a tax will also require a strong market power that maybe some smaller countries don't have. So, and you would have to be ready for retaliation. And as we've seen, for example, Meta just taking out its news of Canada and like other examples around the world. So now I see we have 8 minutes left. We have one section, and maybe then we can do a quick Q&A. But if we talk about, we've talked about the different innovation strategies, the business models, the policies needed, but there's a parallel discussion on the fact that there is a limit to fixing big tech platforms, and perhaps we should think a bit more ambitiously about creating a new and an alternative infrastructure for public interest media, where media plurality would thrive and that would be independent from the state and big tech. Some have even pushed for a European social media ecosystem, saying that it's perhaps easier to create from scratch platforms that would comply with the new EU regulations rather than trying to fix something that's broken. So do you have any view on this? Do you have any examples of media networks or organizations you work with that have thought about this or set up some tools? Should we start with you, Zako?
Yeah, absolutely. I think on the term of public interest infrastructure, I think it's time that we think of the internet really the same way that we think about water or electricity as really a place where we should have a publicly funded infrastructure. Now, for the specific question you asked me about collective projects from media organization, Libération was last year member of a project carried by a Reporter Without Borders called the Spinoza Project, which was a prototype of building an AI tool to access complex databases such as IPCC databases, the environmental law code in France, and so on, and make it up to the standards of journalism. Now, this project was very interesting in terms of how you can build a coalition of medias, and there was tens of medias, French medias involved. At the end, it was hosted on Hugging Face Cloud. It uses AI APIs owned by US-based companies. So in the end, we cannot really just, the medias by ourselves, change this infrastructure problem. So yeah, but it's an interesting example.
Ryan, what are your thoughts on such an alternative infrastructure?
Yeah, no, I think, so there are quite a few interesting technology initiatives coming out of the media space in Europe. So maybe to focus a little bit on like what that could look like, where are those pressure points in the industry that are interesting for developing this kind of technology, social media. I don't think that, I had mentioned before the importance of moving away from closed systems, like where that company or that software owns the relationship and the end relationship with the user, and there are new decentralized, federated social media out there which do not collect your personal data outside of maybe your email and in one other data field or data point, but the simple fact is that these are not going to be the beautiful user experiences that Meta and these other enormous corporations have provided. It will take time to get there. Obviously, Mastodon being a German edition of one of these, not the easiest user experience on the planet, but it's an example of an environment where you can build a community there, and maybe one day Mastodon doesn't exist, but you can bring your community elsewhere because it's an open protocol. And if media companies aren't investing in that long term, it's going to be very challenging to navigate the field of especially the business of software. As we've seen over time, YouTube, for example, even if you have followers, you have to pay YouTube to actually reach your own followers in many instances because they're at that phase of the venture capital cycle where ROI is becoming more and more important. But there's organizations like Correctiv, for example, in Germany. They've developed a community CRM, and they're selling, or at least supporting organizations, local news projects across Europe, onboarding that. They're part of a new group called Full Stack Journalism, which is also analyzing where those entry points might be for public interest tech, so newsletter, like hosting newsletters, CRM technology, community engagement. There's other groups that are investing a lot in translation services right now, and all of these are media companies, right? And they're licensing, selling their services. Zetland, you may have come across. In Denmark, they've now licensed their CRM to 3 or 4 other publishers who have built now a membership model off of that. It's maybe not going to be one tech stack that's going to be used across all public interest publishers, but there's initiatives interacting also with the open source community that are creating viable alternatives. And also I think to capture the ownership model must be thought about when working with these companies, whether it's a cooperative model, is there a sole owner, is it a for-profit or a non-profit? There's a lot of alternative ownership structures that can enable a future where, again, there's less risk of them selling out to a venture capitalist or some other business model.
Well, thank you very much for all your insights. We have a couple of minutes left for some questions. Maybe we can pass the mic around. We have one in the back here.
Can you hear me? Yeah, great. I have a couple of questions regarding generally AI and journalism, because we have had problems with AI and journalism in Serbia, specifically even during the student protests, where AI has been used in a way to manipulate the masses and to show students, like for their biking to Strasbourg or for their walk or to marathon to Brussels, they have used AI generative images so they could paint like students there lying that they're being driven by other by like vehicles and that they're not actually doing the thing that they're doing, even though other media emitters have shown that. Also, our code of ethics for journalists has also implemented some things that include like using AI transparently, but can we really say that it can be transparent? Someone can just do something and not just say it's made with AI. How could we tackle that in a sense without like having problems with it? And also, the biggest problem with AI is misinformation. You've mentioned that if AI has access to the internet, it can like give us more accurate information, but like Google's AI, for example, Gemini, has shown that it happens to like show pretty much false information. So what are your perspectives on that, and how do you think that could change?
You want to take that one?
Yeah. Well, I mean, on disinformation specifically, AI-based disinformation, it's certainly a subject of concern. I don't think it's fundamentally different from the conversation on disinformation we've been having for the past 15 years. Only it's more easily available. It requires less technical knowledge to make an image that looks like the reality, or disinformed reality, but it's not much different than it was previously. And then on the specific subject of people using AI search engines, yeah, precisely for that reason, I wouldn't advocate for using AI search engines at all, and not even for in the sense of maybe false claims that the engine can do, but also simply because I think searching for an answer is a complex process that you have to learn and educate yourself to, and simply having like this answer provided to you in the easiest format available will create simply a laziness to look for information, I think, which is really a problem. But this is more dealt with, I think, with media education and generally education. I think what you learn at school is also searching for information. So, yeah.
Do you want to react? Yeah.
Yeah, maybe I can jump in with just one more comment. When I earlier mentioned the importance of self-regulation, one of the things that I had in mind is precisely what our colleague mentioned. So basics of journalism are ethical use, verification of facts, editorial standards, human oversight, and everything in between. So it's sort of, I think the AI technology sort of reminded us that still at this point of time, I don't know what will happen in 5 years or so on, but it's crucially important that good media, that who wants to pledge to serve to the public good, actually have to very carefully and very moderately use AI, and always provide oversight of what is being produced using this tools. Yeah.
Thank you. Do we have another question? Yep.
Ja ću pokušati govoriti na lokal.
I will speak in the local language, so please use the interpretation if you need it. My question is related to the fact that, for example, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are over 150 different portals, and they have relatively few employees, on 1 or 2 in most cases. And they will also be using AI. And how much will this actually prevent them from hiring real investigative journalists and increasing the quality of their work? Will they be increasingly relying on AI and only trying to get more clicks instead of focusing on truthful information and facts? Thank you. My name is Admir Kadrić. I am one of the editors at Brčko District Radio within BIH.
Thank you for your question. So, yes, did you catch that do you want to? Yeah.
Yeah, go.
Yeah. This expansion of online portals doesn't necessarily mean that that they are all doing good job. And honestly, I think that our media markets are in general in this region very oversaturated. I can tell you that in Serbia we have 2,100 officially registered media outlets for the country that has a little more over 6 million people. So it's, I think the number that you mentioned in the beginning is not actually the number that represents the relevance of the media, but rather very unfair competition or mushrooming of the portals that have no information value or any value for the information space. As far as the usage of AI, I think it's quite legitimate for the small media outlets to use AI to cut costs or increase their productivity. I can tell you from our own example, we do use it for transcription, which makes it like a job of 3 minutes, proofreading or something like that. So some of these administrative, repetitive jobs can actually be handed over to the AI, and that is quite legit use. Other aspects of ethical use of AI are basically on this media to decide how they want to run their media outlets. I think that if all media depend on AI, there will be no diversity. There will be no reason for the people to follow specific outlets if they don't have like really hard and strong editorial guidelines. Very distinctive editorial style that can set them apart from this information noise that we are all witnessing in. So yeah, just to summarize what I wanted to say, definitely use AI to cut costs and reduce this manual administrative labor. That's definitely, but don't overuse it because it won't make sense and people will know it.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah.
To quickly complement that response, I think from my entry point for answering that discussion would be how are all of these media platforms, and I don't know the case immediately very well, but how are they paying for even their 1 or 2 staff members? Is it an influence project, or are they, leaning into programmatic advertising, or are they receiving, public grants because they exist as a registered media entity? Those are all important questions to kind of thinking through what that can look like long term. But I mean, we like to think that, investing in, as you had mentioned, quality content, direct relationships, providing a genuine service can, that would be the long-term differentiation and value add that you would be providing, and that hypothetically could create better opportunities for survival. But the kind of near-term Wild West of competing for, clickbait online, I mean, that will settle itself out eventually, is my guess. And maintaining these kind of smaller operations becomes more difficult if you're not providing a genuine value to someone.
Yep. I think
I have the microphone in
here.
hand, but I also don't know how much time there still is. But just very quickly, first of all, thank you very much for this excellent discussion. I'm Julia Haas. I work with the OSCE RFoM, and I wanted to jump on this public interest infrastructure that you mentioned. It was really super interesting to hear about these innovations and these different aspects, but it would be interesting to link it really to the role of the state. So if you could speak a bit about where do you see the role of the state in enabling an environment where media can foster this public interest infrastructure, or should there be a more proactive role of the state in that, or intergovernmental organizations for that matter? Thanks.
Yeah.
I have some thoughts on that. I think the first step towards having information infrastructure, public information infrastructure, is actually applying regulation and even existing regulation that's not implemented perhaps to the extent that we could. I'm thinking about in the EU about the Data Act specifically that should oblige cloud providers and social networks to build tools for interoperability, which is still not the case, mainly because states are still building their regulatory bodies to do that. And that's a core state function, right, to regulate and to build places with the technical expertise to audit these systems and not let the big tech companies self-regulate, because of course they won't. So yeah, that's I would say the first part is infrastructure as law.
Maybe just a quick addition to that. I think it's a question of also, like, the financing instrument, creating grants and subsidies. I've worked with a few of these public infrastructure projects where they're developing open source tooling. The challenge for them is startup grants. It's just access to enough capital to pay for what is typically very expensive web development costs. I know nationally, Zako and I were talking before, there are innovation funds which are pretty significant, offered by the Ministry of Culture there, he was mentioning. But how can you then sort of, like in other country contexts, incentivize investment in some of this technology? I think the European Commission does already fund projects like this. Maybe as a coordination mechanism, maybe there are other aspects of that value chain of the development of a specific tech stack relevant to media that can be general, that can be less sort of politically risky, because the question for some of this infrastructure is, should the state be managing it? But I think much of it can also be the product of entrepreneurial media companies that are already out there building technology. I mean, many of them are building and selling, like I said, membership back end. They're selling knowledge management systems. It's available. It's just a matter of creating more of it.
Thank you. I think unfortunately we're running out of time. Let's maybe take one last question.
One quick one.
Right. Go ahead.
Okay. One of the first recommendations today in the first session was that we should have a regulation. Do you think we can have regulation? I mean, do you think that we can have innovation with regulation? That's the question. And you mentioned it a couple of times here today, regulation. One of the reasons
American guy about the regulation, right?
Yeah. So that's why I want to tease him a little bit.
No, just joking, so, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, you can. I think you can innovate within boundaries. If you have boundless opportunity and scope to disrupt, like we see in the United States, the outcomes are not necessarily net positive for society at large. And I won't get into the statistics of the outcomes of that which Facebook's innovations have done on our society. It's atrocious, in fact. But yeah, of course, you can innovate within bounds. I think the challenges are, of course, financial more than anything else. Are there the available resources to invest in new projects, new ideas that do not have a guarantee of success? There's, of course, more appetite in the U.S. investment market for risk, which there's much less of in Europe. But I think it's more about maybe channeling energy to more important ideas. But also, I think, creating at least some boundaries for failure and being able to fail is not a bad thing. But it's not always a net positive. So I think there's a middle ground to make it easy on me. But I think you can absolutely innovate. With regulation.
Thank you very much. I think, unfortunately, we have to close here. I don't want to take more time from the other panels. So really, in 10 seconds, a quick wrap up. I mean, obviously, there's no single solution to make up for the loss of advertising revenue. But what is clear is that there's an urgent and bold need for change. And public interest media needs more stable and transparent forms of funding. We've talked about a diversification of revenue streams, both to ensure sustainability, but also to avoid political interference. One way of revenue streams we suggested digital taxes could be one avenue. Innovation should be emphasized, and adaptation. Yes, we are stuck in a political context, and the world has changed in the last couple of months, but technology is not waiting, and we need to think ahead and reinvent ourselves. We need to address the issue of trust and reconnect with the audience. AI can be a tool for this, with limitations and caution. We should also think ambitiously, perhaps of what kind of information ecosystem we'd like to have and what a public interest infrastructure would look like. In this regard, we've mentioned power decentralization, diversity, moving away from closed systems, interoperability. We've discussed, obviously, innovation, regulation, innovation through regulation. And I think essentially it will take time to get there, but it's essential to be clear on what we'd like to achieve and try to get there gradually. Thank you very much to our panelists today. It has been very interesting to get your perspective. And thank you to the OSCE for organizing this great conference.
Thank you.
So well then, let's give it a start. I may welcome you to the very last panel of today's conference. Hopefully you are not too exhausted by now from all the information you received. And in fact, you should not be exhausted because now we are talking about the future. Everybody is digested, you say. Okay, well, then we should better do a wake-up call. And in fact, I think I can do a wake-up call for all of you, because now we are talking about future, about solutions, about the future, specifically about public service media, and that definitely will include some drama. My name, less dramatically, is Klaus Unterberger. I'm working for Austrian Broadcasting Corporation, having been a TV journalist for quite a while. Since many years, I'm head of a department we are calling Public Value, which is focusing on the public service mission and remit, doing a lot of advocacy, which means to protect and legitimate license fee financing, and doing a lot in quality control, and of course working closely with the European Broadcasting Corporation. And in working on the international field, I had the pleasure to invest a lot also in projects in the Western Balkan area, so I know a little bit about the challenges in this region. And referring to digital transformation, I've been co-initiator of the so-called Public Service Media Internet Manifesto, which has been supported by more than 1,300 scientists worldwide. So I think this will be a topic as well. Well, I promised you a wake-up call and some drama, and I think I can do that with one single sentence. I truly think that democracy is at stake. It is at stake in this country, it is at stake in my country, it is at stake in your country, it is at stake all over Europe. What we are facing is authoritarian politicians, governments, even prime ministers who are fiercely attacking freedom of media, who are fiercely denouncing journalists as scums, as bastards, want to get rid of them. Donald Trump recently erased the financial situation for public broadcasting system in America with one single signature. Do you think this is a coincidence? And at the same time, with the digital giants misusing their power to create fake news, to dominate the market. Just one single information I received yesterday at the conference in Berlin, the Republika, and one keynote speaker told us about the fact that 80% of those young people below 28 years, when entering TikTok, receiving for the very first moment news about policy, they are receiving information from the extreme right party AfD. Not because AfD and TikTok have a contract with each other, but simply because the extreme right wing is delivering extremist slogans, and extremist slogans sell. So can you imagine that? So my conclusion is that democracy really is at stake in this very moment. And I'd like to pose one simple question. If this is the case, can we accept that? Shouldn't we do anything about it? Is it really enough to use a lot of words to explain, to analyze, and to describe the situation? Isn't there any alternative? And this is the very moment when public service media comes into place. Because public service media, in fact, is defined to support democracy and citizenship. Public service media is defined to support the common good. So why not to use public service media in this true sense? And this is, in fact, the question I'd like to pose to my distinguished guests here on the panel. And I'd like to introduce now Leila Babovic. She is Deputy Director General of Development and International Affairs here at Radio Television in Bosnia-Herzegovina. Hello, we know each other since many years. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you.
Omar Sarajevo is business journalist and also working for radio and television of Albania. Nice to have you here. Attila Marton is media expert, but also media expert about public service media in Serbia. And finally, I'd like to welcome Larissa Bila. She comes from Switzerland. I would say she's family in the public service media segment, but nevertheless from a different planet, because Switzerland is supposed to be a rich country, yeah? But nevertheless, she's fighting hard to advocate for public service media. Larissa is director of Swiss Info and member of the executive board of the Swiss Public Service Media. Well, I don't like to start with dystopia, but with good news or with solutions. And Leila, in fact, I do have a very simple but crucial question for you, giving us a little bit of positive aspect. Why would people, like citizens, actually need public service media in your country?
I will speak in Bosnian. So, why they need it? So let me.
It's nice to understand.
Dakle, zašto u Bosni?
In Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are 119 TV stations. Of this number, there are 19 public services at the municipal and cantonal levels. And of this number, there are 3 public broadcasters that are financed from license fee defined in the law on radio TV service. So why do citizens need public service media? Let me not talk about the mission and objectives of public service media. They are pretty much the same in the whole Europe. However, we need public service media in BIH very much in view of our recent past. It's very important to provide our citizens with objective information, which is not burdened by any comments or political interference or commercial influences. Public service is there to provide citizens with access to many different events happening in Bosnia and in the world, because otherwise they would not be able to watch such events if it weren't for the public service media. For example, let me mention sports events that are really important to our citizens, not only in Bosnia, but in the whole Balkans. All citizens expect to be able to watch world championships, European championships, Olympic games, especially football. They expect to be able to watch these without any additional payment. And this is what public broadcasters provide them with in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In the past, there were situations where public service media were not able to buy such content. They were not able to provide citizens with access to such important sports events. After that, we received many complaints from citizens asking, why do we have to pay the license fee and we are not able to watch the sports events? And then some commercial media bought the rights to such sports events, and then nobody was able to watch these in the country. All of us know what is the cost of such sports events, and the commercial media gave up purchasing such content very quickly, and it somehow returned to the public service media. Citizens have a lot of interest in having public service media and free access to information. And also minority groups have access to certain events because public service media have to offer sign language in prime time. especially in the central news. Other commercial TV stations don't have this obligation. So in this way, we also provide for the vulnerable population groups.
We also have the obligation to have the programs for national minorities, while commercial media do not have this obligation. So I don't know whether citizens are aware at all of the importance of public broadcasting service. In most cases, I think they're not, except for the sports fans, because they know only when there is no broadcasting of an important match. But the public broadcasting service is this institution that provides the possibility to each and every citizen of Bosnia and Herzegovina to get correct, timely information from any part of the world, and without being afraid that behind this information there is any political or commercial interest. And I'm here referring only to BH television and radio service.
Attila, because when I understand correctly, Leila, you're talking about a contract with society, delivering trusted information, accessible for everything.
Yes.
So now I really like to address you, Attila, because you're living in a country full of tension, as far as I know. Yeah. What could be the potential of public service media in terms of bringing people together, for example, in terms of this contract to society and the role of media for democracy and citizenship?
Ideally, I can reassure you that I agree with Leila, but the reality is different. In Serbia, you have basically two media systems. One is loyal to the government, is controlled by the government, although it mainly consists of officially private media outlets. There is a smaller bunch of media outlets which are not controlled by the government. You have 2 TV stations there, several printed magazines, and 2 daily newspapers, maybe there at least 1 free radio from the city where I come from, etc. So those 2 TVs I mentioned are on cable and on a relatively small territory. So mainly in bigger cities. And that territory is getting smaller day by day because accidentally some cables are being cut. And we have officially 2 public service media outlets. One is on the country level, another is on the level of Vojvodina, which is officially an autonomous province. And it has, both of them have a very turbulent history, both of those officially public service media outlets. The question is whether a public service media outlet can be freer than the society itself. If you have, for instance, somewhere an authoritarian regime, can you have a free public service media outlet in that country? I think no. You may have in a society like that some islands of freedom, like universities or NGOs or things like that, but not for a long time. The main question is, who funds public media? Who controls it? Who controls it by selecting its editors and executives? Who chooses those people who are responsible for oversight, and who oversights the oversighters, the overseers, actually. And when talking about regulative and laws, is there a truly regulatory framework that cannot be circumvented or twisted away from its original intent? And one sentence, more education. Education, do citizens understand why they pay a subscription fee? That's what Leila asked. Do they care? And how many of them care? What percentage cares? And that, I think, is one of the main things when we are talking about media literacy and education.
Well, and I can confirm what you are saying on an international basis, because this is exactly what all public service media throughout Europe are focusing on. It's first of all, it's the fight for independence. In my country, in your country, the relationship to the funding part. So you're completely right. The only experience I can add as a senior one, one has to fight for its independence. Yes. You can't accept, in no country on the planet, you can accept that independency falls from heaven. So therefore, you can't say, first of all, we have to be independent, and later on we start working. I think, just hold on a second. Yeah, exactly. But I just want to pose the question. You are relevant for the answer here. But it's important to see that the struggle for independency is the struggle for independency. There's no guarantee from any kind of government, which is that you will be forever independent. So therefore, let's just keep it as one a topic that fighting for independency is a core quality for the credibility of any kind of media, specifically of public service media. But I'd like to come to Omar, because he told me that he's actually a business journalist. Are you? Because when talking about the power and the quality of public service media, it's always about, something distinctive. So how would you as a business journalist describe the USP of public service media? Is there something distinctive, that you could, just like in a pitching moment say, okay, that's why you need public service media, distinctive from, let's say, any kind of commercial media?
So first of all, I'd like to point something. I'm a journalist, and sometimes I miss the big picture from, the other guys in the room. But to make it brief, I see it, I would use a comparison regarding public media, public service media. It's like a stage. The whole landscape, let's say, it's a stage where are many actors, and they run and they try to deliver as soon as they can news. Maybe public service media is not the first one to arrive, to appear in the scene, because of the process that elaborates the news. But when public service media speaks, it completes the narrative. And this is my, let's say, it is an important voice that in many cases is used by colleagues as a, let's say, as a benchmark to control, to verify what's in the market at that very moment, let's say. This is how I see it. And I believe that the audience really need this, let's say, this element in the media landscape where they see and they find something which is verified and impartial. I was listening to the colleagues, and there is another moment which I really want to point out. Sometimes medias in our region are a bit, let's say, missed that moment where journalists in public service media do really good stories, but they don't have, let's say, the right, they don't have the public that is really focused in what they produce because they are in the public service media. So this is one discussion that I had with a colleague of mine minutes before, and this explains a lot regarding the public service media. We do good stories, but sometimes they are not listened and from the public. So this is
but
more.
we are in the communication business, so we better let them know what we are doing. And this is why I like to come to Larissa. And I know that you, Larissa, are doing a lot in advocacy, yeah, in letting people know what is the distinctive quality of public service media, yeah. You personally, means your company in Switzerland is affected by a very severe cost-cutting program, actually. So you need to have good reasons that people would support you financially. So could you tell us, how do you argue when explaining what public service media is good for? Why it is beneficial for citizens?
First of all, thank you, Klaus, for the invitation. I think it's crucial for public service media to define their role in a new way. They have to. They probably have in future a different role in the whole ecosystem. And if they're not able to define why people need them in future, what's our job to be done, then we have a huge problem because times have changed a lot. The second point is, yes, and you also mentioned it, people have to understand what value we deliver to the society, the public value, even if they do not use our offerings. That's very decisive. And yes, advocacy, I'm responsible for the public value department, public value group as well. As for SBC, we have 7,000 employees, but we are 4 employees. So public value and the value for society was for a long time underestimated within the company as well. Probably within all the companies. I mean, you have maybe similar experiences at the ORF. And now we are strongly under political pressure. We have an initiative after the No Billag initiative in 2018 who wanted radically shut down the public service in Switzerland. We have now coming up in March or June the halving initiative, which is very dangerous, saying no one consumes everything, so half of the money should be enough. So it's completely different. So for advocacy, what are we doing? First of all, we have like kind of 3 goals with public value. We have a constant dialogue with the public. It's crucial. Systematically, every year we run a dialogue on different topics, like kind of with young generations or on cohesion, on diversity. What we need to know is, what do people expect from us? What do young generations expect from us? What is our job to be done? They told us like kind of 70%, around 70%, they want us to support them in critical thinking and into identify independent sources, identify fake news, identify misinformation, and that. So we started with media literacy, media competencies with an initiative. This only works together with the private media. So we founded an association, for example, with the private media based on Use the News. You maybe know that from Germany as well. And we are now gathering all the initiatives, working together with schools, not only sending journalists to schools, but really elaborating also the material, establishing the material on the school, and also sharing best practices with all the different actors. And the second thing is maybe even more important, is changing the communication, running the dialogue, but changing the communication of the company. First of all, we want to identify problems. People tell us the problems. It's not corporate communication anymore, how we try to show what we deliver as value. We have to identify the problem. We communicate differently in terms of telling stories, building a new narrative on societal problems, and then exactly showing what we contribute to that. So we build up a newsroom for public value. We work exclusively with journalists, not with communication people, because they are not able to do that in the same way. We criticize even our company. We need to have this credibility in the advocacy, and it's a new way just to dialogue, to talk to the population and to stakeholders, and it has another credibility, and it has become crucially important.
Well, thank you, Larissa. And I think what we learn here is that we all have to learn to talk about the meaning of free media. I wonder if you have noticed the subline here. Yeah, it's written, "There's no security without free media." Okay, and we can't allow us to think that's given for granted. We have to talk about it. This is why, Attila, you're completely right, where media literacy comes into place. Yeah, we can't think about it that everything is given for free in democracy. We also public service media have to talk how we are working. Yeah. If we are transparent or not, yeah, building bridges to the audiences. I think this is a learning for all of us, whether in Vienna or Belgrade or wherever you are located. We have to talk about the meaning, about our own work, about free media, and about the relationship between a public space, about communication and democracy. So what we have already noticed is that there are a lot of challenges actually. All of us are under extreme pressure, not just in terms of independency, but also because of finance. I just had a talk with Leila, and that's somehow embarrassing. Yeah, you're really at the brink of existence, as far as I understood. So therefore, we know public service media is no longer, given for free, or you can't just take it for granted. Yeah, we actually have to fight for that. So my question, Leila, would be, what actually is now your most important challenge to survive? To be beneficial, as you said before, so that I could come back in 3 years' time and actually you're still here?
Dakle, najveći izazov za BHRT je stabilno finansiranje.
The greatest challenge for us is stable financing. Since 2017, BHRT is constantly fighting for survival, because since 2017 we are not receiving 50% of the tax or the fee from Republika Srpska, and this is definitely shaking the foundation of our public broadcasting service. The financing model is that 50% from the whole country is given to BHRTV, and we are providing a lot of services, much more than entity level service providers. So since 2017 we are in constant communication with government, opposition, companies, international community, trying to explain what kind of problems we are facing, and trying to explain what the closure of our service would lead to. We are still not talking about public value as such, trying to explain that to our audience. We unfortunately only talk about our public value when our bank account is blocked or frozen. Then we try to explain to our audience what we did in the previous period and what is our plan for the future. But that's happening only on a rare occasion. So the main problem that we have is financing. We did not have the problem with political pressure so far. or political control compared to other two broadcasters. In Republika Srpska, the situation is completely different. The radio television of Republika Srpska is almost under full control of the ruling party in the federation due to the political will of parliamentarians. They have actually abused democracy, and the general director was the same person for 17 years. For 12 years, he was not even mandated to work as a general director. So we don't have problems like that, but we have a problem of financing, and our hands are tied. We simply do not have the wallet that we can dispose with. The entity level broadcasters are collecting the fee, and then they are paying that or half of that to us. But since 2017, we have not been receiving this 50% from Republika Srpska. And we lodged a lawsuit against the Republika Srpska television because this debt amounted to 47 million euro. The Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina made a judgment and asking the Supreme Court of Republika Srpska to repeat the court proceedings. And basically, the constitutional right of our public service was violated, our right to revenues. So if we would have resolved the financing aspect, we would be able to develop and provide even more services than we are providing today. And just to make a comparison here, the annual budget of the Croatian public broadcaster is around 200 million euro. In Serbia, 100 million euro, and in Bosnia and Herzegovina between 13 and 15 million. So just to compare that. And we all need to do the same mission, to fulfill the same mission and targets.
Lisa wanted to intervene or to comment on that?
To say to this, I think if we see, when I said we have to redefine our role, is I think if we don't see us at stepping into a market failure, but building the new society as an actor in an ecosystem together with the private media, I think that probably also differentiates this meaning. I only can talk for Switzerland regarding the funding, because this relationship with private media was crucial. We have now an agreement with them. I'm talking about technical, they talked about solidarity in the other panel in terms of sharing technical infrastructure, sharing streaming infrastructure. So we are doing these steps now, seeing us as one building partner in the whole ecosystem. And for us, this is crucial also for the funding, this collaboration and this thought of solidarity, but not only with media, also with universities, also with cultural institutions. We need one strong platform in Switzerland in the future, and we have to open it and we have to share it with everyone. And this also, I think, turns then the perspective on funding.
This is definitely a business question. Again, I'm looking at Omar for my next question. I think, isn't that a little bit weird? You know, we are fighting for democracy, for European societies, whether it be on national basis or European scale. And, you know, the commercial market is actually always attacking public service media, and not taking into account that the revenues all move to the digital giants. So I think we are struggling with the commercial market, and behind our back, you know, Google and Co. is grabbing our revenues and the money. So what's wrong? I mean, do you see any kind of alliance potential we could have to defend our market, actually, to defend our interest in terms of citizenship, to invest into quality journalism?
Well, this is a matter of relevance. Public service media have to redefine its role within the media landscape nowadays. In Albania, I would see as a major challenge right now faced by the public service media and other media organizations as well, is the perception and at times the reality of political influence in the media. While legal reforms have aimed to safeguard editorial independence, implementations remain inconsistent. There is this, also this concern about relevance, particularly with young audiences. Too much content remains focused on institutional narratives rather than engaging with real issues that related to the young generation. Public service media has to produce more brand programs that are related to these new generations that are coming, and which even nowadays they are orienting themselves into other platforms. So public service media has to do more in order to attract them. Nowadays, as I see it, sometimes we are risking in becoming broadcasters of formalities, let's say, giving space to these debates which are go around certain politician characters of the media, and so we have to focus ourselves differently. This is my opinion.
And thank you very much for that perspective, because this gives me the opportunity to change from complaint to solutions. And I'd like to address you, Attila. I think it's a hard question for you, because your PSM in your country is challenged very much, somehow at the brink of existence, somehow at the brink of relevance. But even though, do you see, as a media expert, a positive potential for public service media? Because what we've been talking throughout the conference is that our societies are actually shaking. They are disrupted in many ways. There's a lack of social cohesion everywhere. Yeah, even in my country, in Switzerland, everywhere. This is something we have in common. Is this not the moment for a renaissance of social cohesion? Yeah, and if this would be the case, yeah, I'm not under drugs here, by the way, but I'm just looking at society, but we can't see it in a positive way, yeah, even when addressing young people. Wouldn't public service media perfectly positioned to do so? So just give it a try, even if you need some fantasy, Attila.
I wouldn't say that, let's say, our radio television of Serbia is on the brink of existence, although I hear that they have debts, but they have really good commercial incomes. Radio television of Vojvodina is nowhere near in that regard. Your question was, is there any chance for social cohesion and the renaissance of the public service media? We'll see, maybe soon. Is there a chance for that? No, traditionally, I wouldn't say that we've had or we had public service media on the territory of the former Yugoslavia. We had 8 TV stations and 8 radio stations. They were state-owned and state-directed media outlets. Some were better than the others, and then during the 80s, it got very nasty, the media situation, and that media situation prepared the wars. So I would say that historically, that right-wing populism and populist rule via controlling the media started on the Balkans in former Yugoslavia, actually, in the 80s, the second part of the 80s, and Italy as well, during the Berlusconi era. if there is any hope in this world, which is an Orwellian world, you have, you can say one could say 3 totalitarian empires. And so if there is any hope, it might come, if I want to be very optimistic, as you suggested me, it might come from the Balkans again, you know. Maybe the change, and now a positive change, could come, but you know, we'll see, maybe very soon.
But I'd like to be very provocative here. Why not to have a positive mindset? I mean, our situation right now is full of dystopian scenarios, but dystopian is not given for granted. It's not the only alternative. And who else than public service media should allow to debate and give back societies also a positive way to create society and not just, you know, defend. Of course we have to defend democracy, but I think it's time that we develop also a future perspective which has to do with citizenship. Larissa, I'm looking at you because I know you're doing a lot in terms of also creating value for money, as it is called. So do you have one example for us, a positive example, that one could actually get out of that dystopian circle to deliver some kind of message to the society, that society counts, that society matters, that community matters, that you can even win the war against the populists who are always attacking you, also in Switzerland?
I'm not so dystopian, Klaus. I think we have very promising qualities, to be honest, but we have the challenge to keep the sovereignty in the public sphere. And this is where I come to this example then, to the dialogue or the dialogical infrastructure, the public space, so regaining the public space back from the profit space where the political debate is now on. But again, we don't have a content problem. We have a problem. We need a common technological vision. We need strong information platforms and structure still in our hands and reduce this independency. I mean, we talked a lot about that today as well. And just one compliment, one promising quality we still have, and we have to counter this algorithmic personalization. This is really, really crucial. We have the serendipity. Do not forget how important this serendipity is to exposing all the audiences still to a broad mix of content, of topics, of news, culture, science, sports, diverse opinions. This is why sport is so important as well for the cohesion, but for that. So they might not have actively selected that, but they benefit from this information. And we need to counter these algorithms on these platforms. Coming back, what's the idea of a public space? I mean, we heard it as already in the panel before. It's going to be hugely important that we build a public space together. There are initiatives like the Public Space Incubator, which is an international partnership of the SBC SRG, but also with CBC Canada, with ABC, with ARD, with ZF, building together a technical infrastructure basically, and prototyping together, exchanging best practices. And I think this is hugely important to not have privatized political debate in Switzerland. And this is what happens with the platforms, with WhatsApp, with everything. And it must be safe, it must be moderated, it must be transparent. And transparency is really important to keep the trust, and also in editorial standards, editorial decisions, the trust and the credibility for us. But this is one idea. We have it. We have a dialogue platform, multilingual one with SwissInfo for many years, but now with the SBC in the whole country as well. And every people from every language, from every region can give in the perspective. So the idea is really to bring different perspectives together and break language barrier. But having, so this cohesion, which is crucially important, has become crucially important as an argument as well now with the political pressure. So we have models and infrastructures like that. But public space must be in the DNA of the public service media in future.
Thank you very much for this learning, and I highly recommend members of public service media, wherever you are, but also citizens like you are sitting here, just to investigate what public service media is already in development, what they already are doing. We actually can learn from each other. So please invest what Larissa is saying here. We can do a lot, incubator and stuff like that, European perspectives. I could tell you for hours and hours and hours what is already in place, also at Austrian Broadcasting Corporation. I do have an innovation officer at home. He developed a public service media ChatGPT. It's working. I'm working with that. Yeah? And it was not about millions of investment. Yeah? This is the chance of the multimedia segment, of the digital transformation, if we use it as a public purpose. So I think I really advise to international exchange and proliferation. Yeah? We, as public service media, don't sell innovation. We just deliver it, okay, with the EBU and other sequences like that. But that gives me the opportunity to come to the final and conclusive question, and I'm asking you for relatively short answers because we are running on delay, as you have noticed. Well, I'm just addressing you personally. How would you actually use digital transformation, and what do you think is the potential for public service media when addressing the young audiences in creating what Larissa just told us, a public space for the common good? Omar, do you have a suggestion or a remark?
Yes, I already mentioned some things in regard. Public service media has to take a more active role with it. It doesn't have to be, to use these tools just for as a complementary to what is producing and what is airing. It has to involve to involve itself more in to take a more active role, to produce more programming related to the young generation as well, to have brand programs, which are which attracts these young generations. Also, I would like to add something to what we said before, which I consider it as one of the main problematics, challenges faced by the public service media. It is internal culture. Many colleagues sometimes in public service media do not see a perspective in their career. They are there from many years, and they are there. So public service media has to look at them and give them opportunities for more training and to involve this, let's say, these important actors into what the public service media wants to achieve in the future. It has to equip them also with equipments that we use every day. In public service media we see also structures that are not so relevant to the present, not even the future. So I think this is very much important, because if stagnation exists in public service media, it is perceived very well by the public. So
that gives us some learnings and some to-dos, and I'd like to put a mission impossible on Leila now. How would you embrace digital transformation in, let's say, 1 or 2 minutes?
But first of all, we have to decide what we are.
English?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
What we are. If you want to continue operation as a public service, you have to decide, are we only radio and television, or we are media, radio, television, and multimedia. If we make such a decision, then we could invest into equipment and in human resources that will give us the possibility to have personalized content, to establish or to improve this social media that we already have. We have some, but it's not something that we want to. Just we open it, let's say, like TikTok channel, just to be in trend. And we are maybe having just one clip per day or in 2 days, just to have a TikTok. But we are not promoting that we are having a social media, and we have to invest more into human resources working in multimedia. At the moment, when we don't know what to do with some employee, when we have a problem with some employee, we send him to multimedia. So that's the current situation. But in the future, we have to find young people following trends. We have to make connections with the influencers in Bosnia and Herzegovina to promote what we are doing. Without that promotion on social media, we cannot do it by ourselves. And I think that we should do it in a very, very near future.
Thank you very much. Attila, I introduced you as media expert. So what would be the recommendation for the future of public service media of a media expert of yours?
Okay, but you know, let me be in this topic a bit. So we've heard today that it has, I mean, the social networks have already killed the notion and the concept of truth. So who guarantees that it will not kill the concept of journalism? On the other hand, digital channels can be extremely convenient channel for information when other channels are inaccessible, because, for example, they are clogged with propaganda. So my short ideas would be, and that's nothing new probably, make it shorter, make it online, do fact-checking and publish that fact-checking, and do education via examples and promote heroes of journalism.
Okay, that's a good one, because when talking about media and freedom of media, we sometimes forget it's all about journalism. Okay, so I think this is a crucial memory of what we are actually doing, because we are not here to do media policy or something like that, but we are here to do journalism as best as we can do. But Larissa, I do have the ultimate challenge for you, which is a request for a 30 seconds answer. Yeah. How would you address a 20-year-old, okay, who is now on TikTok and on every kind of social media, yeah, to be inspired by a public service media?
No, I would say ask this question to a 20-year-old, and he can create. I think co-creation is very, very important. Co-creation with young people, or let the young people work, and I think that's and take the young people seriously. I think talk in their language and let them talk, let them speak, and I think this is crucial to have a chance within the young generation and become digital first. I mean, that goes into what you said. We are not yet really digital. We all have the financial, the money within broadcasting, within radio, within linear. I would say this technical vision is really important. Work with private media, with all the media together, establish one main key product, digital product, a streaming product, to compete with the big tech and to have a strong, and to counter all these personalized algorithms which destroy our democracy in terms of disinformation and in terms of hate speech and things like that. So this, and if I can add with this public space, for civic participation, also for credibility, because we have to take people's expectations seriously. It's not our relevance. Our responsibility is to bring in their relevance, and this is highly important, I think.
This is why you are such a strong voice for public service media, because you've got a journalistic view. What did you say? Ask the right questions. Yeah? Don't confess, don't praise the glory, but ask. This is the profession of ours, so therefore that was a really good advice, and it would be a wonderful last word. But of course, you know, we have a little bit of time to ask some questions. I don't know if you have any, or if hunger is already so strong that we could end this panel, but nevertheless giving the opportunity for, let's say, 1 or 2 questions. If you have any, then I would notice when there's one hand up. Please go ahead.
I'm actually going to give a comment, more of a comment than a question. And I will also be more than open to listen to your comment, to my comment. I'm coming from Montenegro. I'm a journalist. And for the past few years, I'm a director at the General Directorate for Media. We are the authors of the new law on public broadcasting service, Radio Television of Montenegro, that entered into force last year. I would like actually to give a couple of examples that could serve as guidelines and be useful, especially for the colleagues in Bosnia and Herzegovina. What I actually want to say is that there is a legal norm that can make public broadcasting service independent if this public service does not employ and is not led by people who do not understand that they are the ones that need to serve the public, and that they do not have the obligation to report to the parties, the government, the parliament. They only have the obligation to report to the citizens, because the citizens are the owners of a public broadcasting service. Based on my journalist experience, I would like to say that it is of paramount importance to ensure funding. In Montenegro, we did it in a way that the law regulates a percentage of a budget that is allocated for public broadcasting service on annual level. So our radio TV now has a 20 million budget. I mean, it's nothing compared to other countries in the region, but it is sufficient for our functioning. We have around 700 employees. That's one thing. So there is no single government that can decide on the amount. It does not depend on the electricity bill or any fee. That's a legal obligation to allocate a percentage. The members of the Directorate of Public Broadcasting Service are being appointed in a way that makes sure that all different categories of the society have their representation. Universities, trade union, and out of 9 members, we have 3 or 4 actually representing civil society organizations. And civil society organizations are appointing the representatives that really are relevant. So no phantom or shell NGOs appointing the members, but truly active civil society organizations which are relevant for this field. Furthermore, the sanctioning of the members of the Public Broadcasting Service Council by Parliament is not possible anymore, meaning dismissal proposal or proposal for dismissal can only be given by the Public Broadcasting Service. So this kind of motion cannot be initiated by Parliament or Assembly, and these are just bits and pieces of the novelties that we have introduced. But the extent to which a society is mature and aware of the media role in proportion to that, we will have journalists, managers, members of the council in the public services that will not allow themselves to become obedient.
And as a recipe, but nevertheless, I found out that I would agree to most of what you said. And I think the perspective of what you said is that public service media is still a work in progress. Yeah? If we invest a kind of thinking, and why shouldn't we not invest into a media system, yeah, which is defined for the common good? I was just listening to the platform debate right now. We're always debating that platforms as new institutions. We need new institutions. Do you know that we have already an institution in place? We have it. Isn't that absolutely crazy that we do not use the institution we have in Europe right now? And you know what? It's already financed. We have it here. So therefore use it. And even as I'm a member of public service media, I would say that the politicians force public service media to do their duty. Okay, that's what we're here for. So we have to invest into media literacy. We have to invest into the digital public space of Europe. But now I'm no longer moderating, but arguing. That shouldn't be correct. So therefore, I'm coming to an end, hopefully with a kind of solution, because I just have a small list when listening to all of you, which is about the learning. So what did we learn? First of all, it sounds a little bit dramatic, but I learned that public service media has to fight for its independence, and that means to fight against authoritarian politician policies in this country, in all countries in Europe. That we have to convince the media system, that means the governments, the media policy, to invest into quality journalism. It's not given for granted. Okay, it costs money. They have to deliver. And maybe some of you know that the European Parliament recently installed a new commission, and that's called the European Democracy Shield. Okay, and we are not talking only about military. We are not talking about tanks and airplanes. We are talking about the digital public sphere here. Yeah, that lays the ground for democracy. So please, Europe, invest into the digital public sphere for the common good, yeah? In Austria, hopefully, but also in Bosnia-Herzegovina, in Serbia, in other countries. If we lose out on this one, we are losing the fundament of democracy. But there's also a learning for public service media itself. Public service media has to open up. It has to invest into what Attila said, media literacy. We have to, like Larissa said, to open up towards the civil society, yeah? Specifically to the young audiences. I think we have to create opportunities. I think Oma said that place, and we have to work on our own mindset as public service media, as a place of creation, finally a place of opportunities, finally, and why not, a place of us. So with these words, I thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to expand a little bit more, but hopefully it was a little bit also entertaining. So therefore, hopefully you invest a little bit time in the future of public service media. All the best for you. Thank you very much for debating. Goodbye.
Just before you go, from my side also thank you very much on behalf of our representative on freedom of the media. Short reminder, please join us for the reception dinner that will start at 7 p.m. at the Hotel Holiday in the lobby. Looking forward to seeing you.